Let's go Hassel. Hi chat, I hope Hasan doesn't yell at us today. Have my prime. Six months daycare resident, next fam. LFGGGGGGG. Moon to spin. Lol.
I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking literally lying liar, dude. What a fucking holy fucking
What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. It's a beautiful day, and it's sunny as hell out here today, folks. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the NBs are having a fantastic one. That's right. It is Thursday, August 26, 2021, 11:13 a.m. And I'm perfectly on time. And that's because, you know, I'm not a tardy person, even though since I ended the stream last night, leading all the way up until literally 11:55 a.m.
Nice house,
my mom has been a demon with respect to purchasing furniture. So I don't know how the fuck I made it at I don't know how the fuck I made it at like for 10:55 was when I was like, I need to go. Like, I need to leave. I need to fucking get out of here. Yes. And part of the reason why I ended the stream early last night, despite what many of you will speculate and say regardless, because you're a bunch of creepy little shits sometimes, is because my mom was blowing up my fucking phone. And she made purchases on furniture that she wanted me to say yes to. Well, it turns out she was blowing up my phone and she made the purchases regardless. So
went well. You deserve a win.
That's what I've been dealing with last night and also this morning, including talking to some security folk.
Hey chap, looking cute today, Hassel.
Very interesting when you're having a conversation with like a ex-FBI agent, security consultant guy. And he's like throwing all these fucking tactical words your way. You get your gains in this morning? No, I have not worked out this time around at all. I've been medicating and I'm not working. I haven't worked out since I injured myself the second time. Doctor told me not to do so, so I'm not doing it. But why are you such a piece of shit human?
Has high.
I don't know. Your mom likes bad boys. I think that's why. You know? So that's probably the reason why I'm such a POS human.
Sigma Daddy.
Did you hire a military contractor? No. And of course the conversation started revolving around how, like, you know, police can't respond fast enough because you know, there's so many you know, all these things going around, you know, these are good guys. I trained them. These are good guys. I trained all these guys. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, oh God, this dude, on the one hand, I'm like, how is this guy like ex-FBI? And he like is operating like a security consultant, this consultancy like company or whatever. And he didn't even do like cursory Googling before he approached this potential new client. Like, You know, he's just like, you know, he's just like talking about how like these are good guys. These are all, you know, all my units are, you know, ex-military, off-duty cops, all that. You know, they're all fucking great. I'm like, and in my mind, I'm thinking like, I can't have these dudes protect me, dude. These dudes are gonna fucking, they're gonna start watching my videos and be like, oh, fuck this guy. They're the ones who are gonna be like, yeah, fuck this dude. Those are the people I need to be protected from, dude. Yeah, literally. What the fuck? Anyway, they're consummate professionals. So there is a ongoing development in Kabul right now at the airport. There's an ongoing development at the Kabul airport. There's explosions. Americans have died. We're obviously going to talk about that. I just wanted to give you guys like an update on my personal news and what's going on in my life, you know? It's like, I'm getting like fat fucking security for obvious reasons at the house because, you know, obvious fucking reasons. I had to sit through your first day. You got to dish deets. Yeah, well, it's going to make you guys very sad, but there's no details. Like, there are no additional details, you know? I ended stream and I immediately had to rush to the attention of my mommy, who was freaking out about making a big decision in the realm of furniture purchasing. Now, of course, I get that you didn't like your mom's purchases, but I think going to the FBI about it is a bit much. Yeah, that's what I did. I literally I said at FBI. I added the FBI on Twitter. Like, my mom is buying crazy shit. How does Twitch not ban streamers who push this shit to make you get fucking security? What a world we live in. Yeah, I mean, Bosch TV, thank you for the 5. Rebel Actual, thank you for the 3 gifted. I mean, I'm not gonna hire those guys most likely, but like, I don't think there's a. I hope it's a gated community or a new house. Yeah, totally. It's definitely a gated community. Please don't come. It's gated and there's a lot of security and they all have big guns. Okay. Yes, that is where I am living, in a gated community with big guns. Okay. They have turrets, very wealthy. And, you know, turrets are, you know, they're on hog watch. They're on hog. Like, they know if you're not vaccinated and they just immediately zap you. So I live on a US military base, actually, and there are attack dogs. So do not come. Yes, I am living in a military compound that is in a gated community for very wealthy people that all have military grade turrets outside of their houses and alligator moats. So don't come. Anyway. Yes, I am, you know, I'm living with the McCloskeys. Okay. So, you know, don't come. I got the McCloskeys. They are protecting me in my gated neighborhood, okay? Which is totally gated. I can't stress this enough. It's incredibly gated and incredibly well armed and lots of guns and moats and attack dogs. And I have Blackwater on speed dial and they're horny to do war crimes on people. Anyway. Yeah, I know. MLK was added to Fortnite. We're obviously going to talk about that. It is psychotic. Like, what the fuck were they thinking? There are multiple fatalities reported following 2 explosions outside of Kabul Airport. A Taliban spokesperson confirms. We're going to talk about that as well. Yeah, I moved in with the McCloskeys. I have them running personal security for me. So, you know, that's pretty tight. There's been a third explosion, and apparently the number of deaths. Now, a lot of this is breaking, so I'm not going to fucking cover, like, the breaking elements of this beyond whatever the news is covering, okay? But, outside of that, you know, we'll be doing updates, daily. Make sure to mention that the MLK event is community run. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what the details are, but we'll see. This you? What? The fuck is this a photo of? How did you get a photo of my security, my private security force? With the trans flag too, on the side of the pickup. They're all trans anti-fascists with techs. Yeah, they have a technical with the trans flag on the side, as you can see. This is just one of the many forward operating bases protecting me and my gated community. Someone in the chat said, may Allah have mercy on all the victims and accept them as martyrs. Hope the perpetrators are caught and swiftly punished by the Taliban. What the fuck? This is what $3 million buys you in West Hollywood. Anyway, Todd Starnes says for every American that was killed, a city in Afghanistan should be wiped off the face of the earth. Again, like, that's what this look. Let's take a look at what this guy looks like, okay? This is the face of a man who's out here being like, a fucking entire Afghan city should be wiped off the face of the earth. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, absolutely fuck yourself, dude. Again, dude. Boom. SEAL Team 6, okay? Door knocker, or what are they called? The door knockers or the door busters, you know? Domestically, we just send SEAL Team 6 into the house of this fucking dipshit, okay? In the middle of the night with guns. They raid the fucking house that he's in. They rip him away in his fucking nice silk pajamas in the middle of the fucking night, okay? Then they put him on a goddamn plane. They fly the plane out directly to Afghanistan, okay? Directly, just one shot. You know, we're sending U.S. Special Forces, okay, to all of the houses of the people that are like, we need to murder every Afghan citizen, okay? And then you fucking put a parachute and a gun that may or may not work, and you just drop them while they're in that state where they're like, I don't know what's going on. Oh my God. And then they just like fucking literally just drop them, okay? No need to like teach them how to use a parachute or anything like that. Just fucking drop them into Afghanistan. You know, like Fortnite, dude. Motherfuckers think that it's like Battle Royale out there. Just send them instead. He said, dear Lord, we ask you to place a hedge of protection around Americans who are abandoned by their government in Afghanistan. Watch over our Afghani allies, protect our troops as they strike down the enemy. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Yeah, dude. We'll put Jesus on the plane with you. Biden and co are trying to find 1,000 Americans still stuck in Afghanistan and in contact with 500 others. 4,500 have already left. A reminder, 1,000 plus Americans died from COVID on Tuesday. We should all care about Americans in Afghanistan, but ignore the bad faith Republicans. This will get insanely misconstrued. I'm surprised it only has 24 quote tweets right now. Like, that's such a easy fucking slam dunk from Republicans to be like, wow, you don't fucking care about people in Afghanistan, to like whip up a fervor. You know? Anyway. I found a master chiropractor who deals with your build. Lots of great tips. This is a horse chiropractor. How a horse chiropractor does adjustments.
My name is Dr. Jordan Whitley. I'm a human.
You fucking asshole. You're the fucking dick, okay? Horses are regal. They're wonderful. They're beautiful. Fuck you, okay? So I don't even have a problem with, like, being called a horse. I am a fucking horse. I'm a stallion, baby. Anyway, I'm gonna fucking blast off. Let's get started. Daycare is open. Breaking news in Afghanistan as multiple fatalities will be covering verified reports throughout the day. MLK is in Fortnite. Mask mandates and more. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Shroud had a pretty 5-head take on your house. What did he say? Cheapest daycare there is, only $5 a month. Yep. Okay. Can you do the MLK Fortnite stuff first? I need to copy your takes into my friend group chat and pretend they're my own. No. There are more pressing matters to cover than whatever the fuck you want to cover. Okay, we're breaking news. We're gonna get right into it. So let's get right into it. There's live coverage. I don't know if there's TOS in this live coverage, but I'm a little worried about it, but here.
Urge the 1,500 Americans remaining in Afghanistan to stay away from the airport. Of course, thousands of Afghans are also stranded there. Many were crowded around the airport at the time of the explosions, trying to flee the country in the wake of the Taliban's takeover. We want to go to NBC's Courtney Kube right now. She's been talking with sources at the Pentagon. Do we have any firm numbers right now?
We don't yet, Lester. And what I can tell you is that there were U.S. Marines that were guarding that gate, the Abbey Gate. This is on the southeast side of Hamid Karzai International Airport. And there were Marines there that were helping as Americans and Afghans would come to the gate to get access to some of these evacuation flights. They were letting them in. We know that there were Marines there at the time of the explosion. We know at least 3 were injured. But now, as you mentioned, according to the statement from Pentagon press secretary, we know that there were actually...
Marat with a thoughtful gift that unfortunately likes a little drip. Oh, no, he literally got this on purpose. The chatter who figured out what I'm wearing on my head. No, he loves that it's not drippy. Because he knows I'm so proud of him that I'll always fucking wear... He knows I'm so proud of him that, like, I'll always wear whatever the fuck he gets me from Boeing. So he just abuses that by getting, like, the worst look at this. Look at how bad this is. I mean, this fucking screams like you're... Like, you know... It just screams like I'm an engineer. Like, this is such a fucking engineer thing to wear. NASCAR dad? Yeah. Says the flame shirt man. No Netflix and chill. Take this DMT. I made it on. Oh, I made it onto the Joe Rogan subreddit. Babe, you hardly touched your elk meat. Yeah, dude. That's the fucking real Sigma mindset, dude. Sigma grindset is when you fucking, you know, have a girl over and make him watch Joe Rogan. His spouse has left his views on stream, lives a capitalist lifestyle in real life. Of course, dude. Like, hey, dude, don't let the Joe Rogan subreddit develop like positive feelings towards me. We're gonna rewatch that Joe Rogan, by the way, because it was kind of butchered a little bit, unfortunately, because I had Caitlin here and I could not like pay too much attention to it. We get into deets of your and Caitlin's night. There is no details, dude. I went and I fucking hung out with my mom. His own subreddit is shitting on him. Yeah. All right, we'll look at that in a little bit.
Service members among those killed. We're also hearing reports about a number of Afghan civilians that were injured and killed in these attacks.
I'm going to start banning people that say like really stupid shit like that. My wife's getting tested for COVID today and we're vaxxed. I don't have symptoms. Like, dude, you have a wife, bro. What did you make Caitlin for breakfast? Like, this is so fucking dumb. Like, you literally have a wife. You're an adult with a wife, dude. You're going to take a day off and, like, reconsider how fucking stupid you are being, okay? As a whole-ass adult with a wife, okay? Stop.
So, as you mentioned, there were two locations for this explosion. The Abbey Gate, which is where, again, people have been going in to get into access into the airport there. The second one was very close by at
I don't know if there's like actual TOS here, so I'm just like hiding it a little bit. We're invested in the down bad narrative. Motherfucker, I'm down bad too. Joe Rogan said most insane shit right after the clip ended. Dr. Patrick said your choice to get vaccinated or sick. Rogan said, or you could just not get vaccinated and not get sick. Oh no. Okay, we gotta watch like a fuller version of the Joe Rogan experience from the Dr. Rhonda Patrick stuff. I wonder if there's like a longer clip.
at the Barron Hotel. This is a hotel that has been frequented by Westerners for several years, and even recently, it was a location where Americans and others were gathering to make the walk over to the Abbey Gate to get access to the airport. We know that it's been a source of security concern, particularly in the last week. Large crowds have been gathering outside this gate to the extent that there was a group of Americans last Thursday who gathered there to make the walk together, and it was such a difficult security environment that the U.S. military decided to send helicopters into the Barron to pick them up and to literally hop over the crowds the very short distance into Kabul International Airport. Again, 2 explosions today. We don't have a firm idea yet of who may have been behind this attack. There was a very specific and tailored threat stream that existed already about an ISIS attack. They were looking to attack at the airport, particularly around some of these gates targeting Americans. So all signs would point to this being an attack by ISIS-K. But again, Lester, we don't have any firm attribution at this point.
All right, Courtney, walk me through where we stand logistically right now. During all this, we were looking at a camera from Kabul. We could clearly see the flow of transports is continuing. But there's also the necessity to draw down American forces there. Do we know how many have left, or did that leave a weakened posture around the gate?
The drawdown of U.S. forces there, of the roughly it's less than 6,000 U.S. troops there, has not officially begun. There's still somewhere in the neighborhood of about 5,400 U.S. troops there working on this evacuation effort. And part of that includes the security effort to secure the airport for the evacuation. So at this point, that has not started. But as you well know, Lester, the U.S. troops, they can't just come and go in a very short time. It will take a couple of days for all of those troops to leave. So So there has been a real ramping up of the evacuation effort. If the U.S. is to meet the August 31st deadline for all troops to be out, they have to back time from that. So that if you take 2, 3, maybe even as many as 4 days for those troops to leave and their...
There you go. Retweet that for your friends and family so that they know where the real takes are coming from and not just from you. You know what I mean? Just kidding. I mean, but yeah, let your friends, your family members, everybody know.
Equipment, we're getting into literally the final day or two that...
According to the Associated Press, coming out of Washington, 2 U.S. officials have said that 11 Marines have died and a Navy medic was... 11 Marines and a Navy medic were killed in the Afghanistan attacks so far. Now, this information is 7 minutes old, okay? Obviously, there is going to be even more... you know, it seems like there's going to be more attacks. It seems like there might be more casualties. So just remember that. Here's on the ground news by Russia Today reporter. No gore, no NSFW images. Murat Gazdiev says that the blast we just heard was reportedly a Taliban vehicle hitting an improvised explosive device. I've seen this footage circulating on the internet as well. This was apparently a Taliban vehicle hitting an improvised explosive device in central Kabul. The BBC is reporting that 60 have been killed and 140 have been injured. 60 Afghans have been killed with 140 injured in the explosions at Kabul Airport, according to the senior health official there. There were twin bomb attacks and then another third bomb, if I'm not mistaken. There were twin bomb attacks that claimed 12 lives outside of Kabul Airport. And I believe there was a third attack as well, right?
They will be able to maintain these high pace of evacuation operations. When you have something like today...
Why would the Taliban do this on their own, chat? For those of you who think like... For those of you who think fucking the Taliban is doing this, don't be delusional. Okay? I thought you were saying Talibans were not hostile. Dude, there is... Look, I don't know. I don't know. It could be, but it's incredibly fucking unlikely that the Taliban would do this. Why the fuck would they do this to themselves? They have no interest in American military action still staying there. They've been collaborating with international authorities this entire time. It's now their city. And also, the United States has been warning about the ISIS-K, which is like the Afghan ISIS branch, potentially doing a terror attack for the past couple of days. Joseph Robinette Biden mentioned it, as you recall. ISIS and the Taliban are in war with one another, okay? The ISIS-K in Afghanistan and the Taliban are always at war with one another. Just because they're both brown and Muslim doesn't mean they fucking, you know, they're side by side and homies, okay? Please remember that. It's very difficult, I know, especially if you're American, where you're like, what? I don't understand. They're all brown. A lot of them wear like similar drip. Like, what the fuck? That makes no sense. Like, please watch CBS video. It's pretty interesting how conservatives are freaking out over people that basically chose to stay in Afghanistan until the last minute and are now acting like victims. I mean, some Americans have to stay in Afghanistan. For the record, like, there are Americans in the media that have to stay in Afghanistan. It's their fucking job, and they definitely want to stay there to cover the ongoing transition into the Taliban government. There are Americans that have to stay at the fucking... There are Americans that have to stay at the embassy or whatever they have considered to be the embassy so they can continue accelerating the fucking evacuations process for the Afghan refugees that want to escape. So not all of those Americans are just like Blackwater dipshits who are hoorah gun lovers who are like, yeah, I'm going to do some yippee-ki-yay cowboy shit in Afghanistan. A lot of the Americans that are still there are there because they're there out of necessity. And I would even go so far as to say they're very brave. Now, the embassy has moved over to the airport, so they still have to be in Afghanistan. There are NGOs that still are in operation. So, like, the Americans that are probably still there at this point are NGO folks, and also, you know, embassy folks. So it's not like, I don't think they're there out of like selfishness, but more so out of necessity, I would say. So I definitely don't agree with that narrative, but they're like being selfish. Why doesn't the USA and NATO storm the airport in Kabul and take all the people? Are there much Talibans there? I cannot understand that. They are not fighting against the Taliban. The NATO and USA are literally fighting side by side with the Taliban. I know this sounds really weird because, like, until 3 months ago, they were fighting against the Taliban. Taliban are not attacking. Okay? As far as we know, all signs point to a separate militant group, ISIS-K, which is the ISIS in Afghanistan, that has been warring with the Taliban. So just forget everything you know about the Taliban. If all you know about the Taliban is that they're like fucking bloodthirsty animals who just want to fucking do murder for the fun of murder, or whatever the fuck the United States military has like, or United States media has taught you thus far. Okay? They are fighting against ISIS. These attacks very likely are done by ISIS. That's what the media is saying. ISIS-K specifically. Like the Afghan version of ISIS. Okay? The Afghanistan ISIS. Now, 90% of the time, for the record, like, I never knew about ISIS-K. I had no idea what the fuck they were. I didn't even know there was an ISIS in Afghanistan. A lot of the times, like, yeah, armed Taliban were protecting U.S. military bases from ISIS up until the withdrawal. As U.S. prepared to exit, Taliban protected foreign bases but killed Afghans. They are now like, Taliban is now the Afghan security forces, okay? That's what they are. They are the standing army of Afghanistan. They are the Afghan government. That's what they're doing. Their job is to now protect their own citizens because this is now their government. Okay? Now, as far as ISIS goes, as far as ISIS-K goes, in a lot of instances like this, there's like, it could be 8 dudes with an IED, or it could be 50 sleeper cells. It could be any number of different things. It could literally be something that is innocuous otherwise, like, or insignificant otherwise, that the U.S. military has decided to fucking point to, and the U.S. intelligence has decided to point to. We do not know. There needs to be more information. There needs to be more information that comes out for me to make, like, better assessments on the situation. Okay? It could be a situation like, what's his face? The fucking main, like, leader of ISIS that was originally named, even though he was like a random fucking Al-Qaeda dude. But he was like seen as the connection between Afghanistan and Iraq by the U.S. intelligence because they needed a patsy to point to as like the reason for why we need to go into Iraq as well. Additional reason for why we need to go to Iraq. So whenever the U.S. intelligence like picks someone, whenever the U.S. intelligence picks a person or a terror cell and designates them as like, the main attackers. Yes, Zarqawi is who I was talking about. All of a sudden, that person gets a lot of fucking terror clout, okay? There's a lot of clout at play here. I'm using like really stupid fucking terms, but that's literally what it is. Because in a lot of instances, these guys want to get notoriety amongst other militant groups so that they can get more legitimacy amongst militant groups and recruit and become a serious entity. They want recognition. So it could be a situation like that. I don't know. That is one of the many alternatives. Or they could have been a very serious, since when did you become a State Department spokesperson? what have I just said? Nothing I've said is like, are you fucking stupid? Like, what are you? U.S. needs to invade? And then you say Taliban are our friends now. Since when did you become a State Department spokesperson? How are you saying the U.S. needs to invade and then you turn around and go, you're a State Department spokesperson? If you're implying that I have like an incorrect take, a non-anti-interventionist take, then why are you the one who is like advocating for intervention, you fucking idiot? Fucking brain dead.
This attack at the airport that will obviously have a major impact on the number on getting people out during those evacuations. There has been a very significant ramp up. Tens of thousands of people have been moved out in the last several days. That is sure to slow down today with this attack.
All right, Courtney, thank you. Again, the headline, a number of U.S. service members killed today in this attack at Kabul Airport. I want to go to White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, anything officially from the White House? Obviously, they're spending time in the Situation Room trying to figure out next steps.
Yeah, Lester, that's exactly right. I think it is highly likely that we will hear from President Biden at some point over the course of this afternoon. Nothing official yet from the White House. We can tell you to this point over the course of the day, the president huddled in the Situation Room earlier this morning for more than an hour with members of his national security team, commanders on the ground from Afghanistan joining for that conversation. Secretary of State Blinken there, the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin there, as well as the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Milley, joining the president. Then he gathered in the Oval, and we were told he would continue to receive updates over the course of this day when we receive the news of a number of service members losing their lives in this complex attack in Kabul Airport. Recognize that the White House, the president himself in the last 48 hours, has indicated that speed meant safety, that there were real risks of a terror attack and that they would only increase the longer the U.S. stayed on the ground there. So among the questions that President Biden now faces is how this impacts this massive airlift effort going forward. Just 5 days before that August 31st deadline to try to get all Americans out, the president said just a matter of days ago that the U.S. was on pace to complete its mission by then. But he said that depended on a couple of things. One, the continued cooperation of the Taliban. And number two, most notably, given what we have now witnessed, no disruptions to the effort on the ground there, given what is clearly a disruption and now the loss of not just Afghan but American lives as well. The president will have to make a decision whether this means the U.S. ultimately tries to get out before that date. If it will decide, the president will decide to extend the mission past that date. A series of questions facing the president now. It's a day that is still fluid, as they describe it here at the White House, with expectation, we believe, that we would hear from the president later today. The press secretary's briefing has been delayed. A meeting with the Israeli prime minister also put on hold. Lester.
Peter Alexander at the White House. Keep us posted from there. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has been in and out of Kabul. He was at the airport there earlier, now in Doha. Typically, the United States considers responses to terror attacks against Americans. Does the U.S. have such an option in these circumstances?
No, is the simple answer. What happened in Kabul is, as the Taliban rolled into the city and took control, and the Taliban generally control the city quite firmly. There's not a lot of chaos in Kabul right now. There's not traffic. There's not looting. There's not chaos or on the streets. But when the Taliban did roll in, they opened the prisons. They freed themselves or the guards who were there. They freed their own prisoners or the guards who were there.
Like, while this shit's popping off, look at what Fox News is working on, dude. Women need chaperones and music banned in Afghanistan, Taliban says, according to the Fox News coverage from literally 1 minute ago. Thanks, Fox News. Fox News is keeping up with all the important stuff that's happening, dude. They're pulling a double whammy, okay? On the one side, they're like, we need to send immediately. We need to send, our military back into Afghanistan, of course, and go in and fucking start waging war again for literally no fucking reason, okay? Which obviously liberal media will be banging on those war drums as well. Here is GOP Representative Mark Green talking about Afghanistan at Fox, like literally just now, okay?
I think the President of the United States should come out and say all bets are off. The Taliban have absolutely defied this agreement by not securing, they didn't keep their promise to secure the access routes to the airfield. We are going to expand this operation. I'd put more military in there. I'd get every single American out, and I'd start killing bad guys.
Damn, dude, that's crazy. That's cool though. I mean, that's tight. You know, I love, dude, armchair foreign armchair foreign engagements is like the greatest fucking thing you do. The Monday night quarterback, armchair quarterback. Yep, it's time to go kill some bad guys. Like, motherfucker, 10 Marines died, dude. What are you talking about? Like, are you gonna go and start blasting, dude? Is that what you're gonna do? We did that for 20 fucking years, dog. 20. We did that for 20 years and got our shit pushed in. There are 3 videos on Twitter of the bombing. A lot of people dead in the ground. Yeah, I saw. I'm like evading them as best as possible. Yeah, I love that. Like his foreign policy take on the matter is, oh, dude, it's simple. I would kill the bad guys and save the good guys. Shit, man. Why the fuck did I not think of that? What an incredible take. Why have I not thought about that already? That is brilliant. That is brilliant analysis. That's insightful. You're doing a great job, sir. Thank you.
Well, I don't know. Do you think that this president is showing any willingness to change strategy? Every time we hear from him, he seems to place blame on everyone but himself for what is happening there.
Yeah, the moment, like, immediately, everything that they're fucking talking about is like how this is all Joe Biden's fault and how he fucking sucks. And, he's the reason why we are, like, they're all fucking bloodthirsty. This is a test, okay? This is going to be the hardest part. Like, maneuvering through this part of the landscape, which was one of the worst case scenarios possible, when, like, active conflict immediately starts. You are still learning. Don't be hard on yourself. What? But a lot of people immediately are rushing to manufacture some consent and, like, go immediately back into fucking war. Like, they were so horny for this, and now they're fucking agitating aggressively for it. It's really fucking dumb. What would you do in this situation? Just curious. I don't know what the exact details are, but what I would do in this situation is coordinate with the Taliban, okay? Maintain a security presence there with the existing troops and sort the shit out without, like, additional troops unless required or demanded by the Afghan government, which is now the Taliban. Okay? That's what you are supposed to do in this situation. Not just fucking go in there and, start blasting. Talk to the Taliban, Omega Lol. Shut the fuck up. They already have a line of communication with the Taliban. The American authorities gave Afghanistan to the Taliban. Okay? So shut up. Whenever people say, like, talk to the Taliban, coordinate with the Taliban, Omega Lol, they already did that. That's the reason why this evacuation happened already. That's the reason why the retreat happened. Why Taliban kill Americans now? It's not the Taliban! It's not. It's not the Taliban. None of the fucking intelligence points to this being the Taliban. And also common sense does not point to this being the Taliban. Why would the Taliban blow up their own fucking cars with IEDs in the middle of Kabul when they control that government? When it's their country. It's their fucking city. Why would they do that? They don't want more U.S. presence, dude. They want the fucking United States to get the fuck out of their country. Jesus Christ. All intelligence currently points to this being an ISIS attack, okay? The ISIS-K variant that operates in Afghanistan. It's a Taliban false flag, stupid. If anything, it could be a fucking U.S. false flag, dumbass. Why would it be a Taliban false flag? It goes against their interests. Guys, I talk about this all the time. Like, if you're having a hard time comprehending what's going on, think about the motivators, okay? Think about what would incentivize someone to operate a certain way. The Taliban have no interest in maintaining U.S. military presence. Why the fuck would they blow up their own people, show to the rest of the world that they're doing a horrible job of securing Afghanistan, while simultaneously having people justify more military invasion in Afghanistan when they control the country? Are you defending terrorists? No. I am trying to describe to, unfortunately, hogs like yourself who literally cannot comprehend how dynamic the situation is and how things change over the course of time. And but people still operating on like 2001 era mentalities, that they're incorrect. I'm trying to educate people in a more nuanced capacity so they fucking understand what is going on. Why would the Taliban threaten USA that measures would be taken if the USA didn't leave before August 31st? Dude, the same people that said measures would be taken, why would they blow up before the 31st? And why would they blow up their own citizens before the 31st? Justifying that, like, the American military has to stay there. Like, it doesn't make sense. Please just think about this for a brief moment.
While sticking to that August 31st deadline.
You know, the best thing for America, and you know, that was a question to me about what I would do. The best thing for America right now would be for Joe Biden to resign or for the cabinet to step up and take him out. He's either lying to the American people or he can't comprehend what's going on. His secretaries of defense, state come out and contradict things he says all the time, whether it's the Afghans don't want to leave or they don't want to fight or, oh, nobody told me it was a bad idea to withdraw. All of these things are false. He either has no clue and therefore shouldn't be the president of the United States, or he's lying, which means he shouldn't be the president of the United States. It's time for Joe Biden to be gone. That's the best thing for America.
What do you? Yeah, that's the best thing for America is to get, you know, what, fucking have Kamala Harris be the president? Is that what he's advocating for? What a fucking great take, dude.
Who is on just a few moments ago saying there has to be a price to pay if Americans are harmed in any terrorist attack. So our response will be crucial.
Listen, I was an E6 in the Marine Corps, and I'll tell you, the war dogs are hungry, and it might be time to let them eat.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Why are these people so fucking stupid? Like, I get it, bro. I get it. Like, you were, you know, you fought. Okay, so you're horny. You're a hoorah dipshit. But, like, you're not going to go back, motherfucker. You're sending other 18-year-olds out there to get fucking slaughtered for literally no reason. The war dogs are fucking hungry. It's time to go in. Hoorah. This guy lost both of his legs to an IED. Are you fucking serious? Joe Biden literally said this could happen.
Altogether, we lifted approximately.
He said this straight up on August 22nd. We watched him talk about ISIS-K, and we made fun of the ISIS-K variant at the time.
11,000 people out of Kabul in less than 36 hours. It's an incredible operation. Let me be clear. The evacuation of thousands of people from Kabul is going to be hard and painful, no matter when it started, when we began. It would have been true if we had started a month ago or a month from now. There is no way to evacuate this many people without pain and loss of heartbreaking images you see on television. It's just a fact. My heart aches for those people you see. We are proving that we can move those thousands of people a day out of Kabul. We're bringing our citizens, NATO allies, Afghanis who in fact has helped us in the war effort. But we have a long way to go, and a lot could still go wrong. But to move out 30,000 people.
The State Department is live? Yeah, wait, hold on. Where is it? Oh, here.
And I want to say again, just how difficult this mission is and how dangerous the dangers it poses to our troops on the ground. The security environment is changing rapidly. There are civilians crowded at the airport, although we've cleared thousands of them. We know that terrorists may seek to exploit the situation and target innocent Afghans or American troops. They're maintaining constant vigilance we're maintaining the constant vigilance to monitor and disrupt threats from any source, including the likely source being ISIS-K, the Afghan affiliate referred to as ISIS-K.
See?
But we're under no illusions about the threat. I said on Friday, ISIS-K is a sworn enemy of the Taliban, and they have a history of fighting one another. But every day we have troops on the ground. These troops and innocent civilians at the airport face the risk of attack from ISIS-K from a distance, even though we're moving back the perimeter significantly. We're working hard and as fast as we can to get people out. That's our mission. That's our goal.
There you go. So the Pentagon is live. We can go there if you want. Does anyone have the Pentagon live feed? Wait, hold on. Oh shit, that's not good. Here, let's listen to what the Pentagon is saying right now.
I have in the creative, determined, and professional way that our forces have overcome those challenges and to deliver the results that we talked about in my opening portion of the remarks, the number of people that we've been able to extract from Afghanistan. It would also be remiss of me not to mention the tremendous contributions of our many coalition partners, and they stood with us on the ground at HKIA, and also the interagency and international partners who supported the evacuation. The many soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen who supported this operation downrange across the Central Command, the European Command, and the Northern Command areas of responsibility. Moreover, this evacuation could simply not have been done without the amazing flexibility of U.S. Transportation Command and the airlift provided by the United States Air Force. No other military in the world has anything like it. I'd also like to thank the host nations that have generously provided access to their facilities for the processing, the care, and the feeding of our evacuees. I also need to acknowledge the temporary suffering that some of our evacuees have had to endure. Please know that we continue to execute our number one mission, which is to get as many American citizens and other evacuees as possible out of Afghanistan. We also continue to expand the capacity at our intermediate facilities to ensure safe, sanitary, and humane conditions for our evacuees, while continuing to look for ultimate ways to expedite their processing and ultimate transfer to the United States or other destinations. I'd like to close out my remarks today by just taking a moment to describe the heroism that our Marines, soldiers, and sailors are exhibiting as they screen the people who are coming onto the airfield. This is close-up work. The breath of the person you are searching is upon you. While we have Overwatch in place, we still have to touch the clothes of the person that's coming in. I think you all can appreciate the courage and the dedication that is necessary to do this job and to do it time after time. Please remember that we have screened over 104,000 people. Finally, I'd like to offer my profound condolences to the families of our servicemen and women and Afghan civilians who lost their lives today. We have put more than 5,000 U.S. service members at risk to save as many civilians as we can. It's a noble mission, and today we have seen firsthand how dangerous that mission is. ISIS will not deter us from accomplishing the mission, I can assure you of that. All Americans can and should be proud of the men and women of the armed forces who are facing these dangers head on with their international partners and all our other friends that are with us. And we appreciate your thoughts and prayers for all our service members who are carrying on this mission today. John, I'm now ready to take questions.
Thank you, General. We'll start with Lita.
Thank you. General McKenzie, Lita Baldor with AP, thank you for taking the time to do this. Can you give us your assessment of the ISIS threat going forward? What are you seeing on the ground now? Does this cut the evacuation short, do you believe? And are people able to get onto the airport now? And then finally, the president has warned that any attacks against the—
Guys, this is the Pentagon briefing, so this is going to be the worst of the worst, okay? They're like, the questions are absolutely fucking pre-screened. Like, they are—
A number of questions there. Let me try to take them
they're going to be, you know.
The threat from ISIS is extremely real. We've been talking about this for several days. We saw it actually manifest itself here in the last few hours with an actual attack. We believe it is their desire to continue those attacks, and we expect those attacks to continue. And we're doing everything we can to be prepared for those attacks. That includes reaching out to the Taliban, who are actually providing the outer security cordon around the airfield, to make sure they know what we expect them to do to protect us.
Oh, that's interesting. So they are fucking collaborating with the Taliban. That's weird, right? Wait, but the 14-year-old dumbass chatters were telling me that the Taliban are the bad guys here, and they're the ones who did the bombing, right? That's so weird, dude. Hey, chatters, you want to go fucking cry to the American general too? A little bit?
Safe for American citizens to come to the airfield. If it's not, we'll tell them to hold, and then we'll work other ways to try to get
no
them
way,
to the
man.
airfield.
Oh,
but I think our mission remains. We're still committed to flowing people out up until we terminate operations at some point, towards the end of the month. But I think we have the ability actually to do all of those things as we go forward. Let me just come back one moment. And you talked about going after ISIS. Yes, if we can find who's associated with this, we will go after them. We've been clear all along that we're going to.
They could pretend they didn't do it, you fucking lib. Wait, I'm so confused. Like, I can't tell if these people are like Republicans and they're calling me a fucking lib because they think that, like, I don't want like additional war. Or are they leftists that are misunderstanding my point or something? I really don't know what the fuck's happening there. I'm a little confused right now. Like, terrorism and war usually bring out the worst in Americans because, like, every American has, like, a hog gene in their fucking brain. When they're born on U.S. soil and they're socially conditioned into, like, believing in American exceptionalism, it doesn't really matter how fucking lefty they are. They always have, like, moments like this bring out the hog in all of us, okay? It's very difficult not to be fucking hog-like in a situation like this. But you also always have to remind yourself that the top of the hour is here and a 60-second ad break is coming. No matter how hog-like you get, you should always remind yourself that, like, yeah, at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience that's uninterrupted for the most part, all you need to do is subscribe. Okay, you can subscribe for $5, or you can subscribe for free if you have a Twitch Prime and you haven't used it anywhere else. You can use it here, right? Or you can use an ad block or a VPN. But Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime account. So here's the 1 minute ad break now. Yes, I'm very proud of my transitions. They're fucking excellent.
We'll find ways to always get better. But the key thing is, you don't want to let somebody on an airplane carrying a bomb, because that could result in even massive loss of life if an airplane were to be destroyed. So you got to do the searches. We work with our Afghan partners on the ground, the NSU elements, to conduct those searches. But ultimately, Americans have got to be in danger to do these searches. There's really no other way to do it. And again, I cannot tell you how impressed I am with the daily heroism of the men and women that are out there doing this work. Typically soldiers, sailors, and Marines that are doing that work. And they're right up close to thousands of people that are flowing through the airfield. You've all seen the images. And to be able to get up and do it day after day, it's remarkable. And this time, looks like somebody got close to us. We'll find out why. We'll try to improve our procedures. It is 12 service members dying. Nobody feels that more closely, more directly than me and everyone else in the chain of command. And we recognize that we need to continue to evaluate our procedures as we go forward. At the same time, there's a tension there. We have to continue to let people own the airfield, because that is why we are there. We're not there to defend ourselves. We're there to defend ourselves while we process American citizens first, but also the other categories of people that I've mentioned, get them to a place where we can fly them out into a safer, better future.
So just to be clear, this suicide bomber was going through the gate, being searched, checked by U.S. service members when he detonated his vest?
David, that would be my working assumption. I know this: he did not get inside he did not get on the installation. It was at the interface point where they try to come in where this attack occurred, and we just don't know more right now. We're gathering that information, as you will understand. We're investigating that, but right now our focus really, we have other active threat streams, extremely active threat streams against the airfield. We want to make sure that we've taken the steps we need to take to protect ourselves there. So our focus is on that. over the next few hours and day or two, we'll learn a lot more about what happened here. And I'm sure we'll be able to share that with you. But right now, our focus is actually going forward, ensuring that another attack of this nature does not occur. Because as you know, typically the pattern is multiple attacks. And we want to be prepared and be ready to defend against that.
Courtney.
Can you, hey, General McKenzie, it's Courtney QB from NBC News. Can you tell us a little bit more about these extremely real additional threats from ISIS? Is it a concern about more suicide attacks? And also about some of the steps that you may be taking to mitigate future attacks? I mean, would it include putting U.S. troops or Marines outside the gates or outside of the airport for additional perimeter security? And then finally, with all of this, is there any discussion about sending any additional U.S. troops to Kabul Airport for additional security measures?
So let me actually answer the last part of your question first. We assess we have the forces we need to protect ourselves there. I'm always in a constant dialogue with the secretary. If I needed anything else, I'd be talking to him immediately, but I think we have what we need to protect ourselves. So let's talk a little bit about the threat streams. So very, very real threat streams, very, what we would call tactical. That means imminent, could occur at any moment. And they range from rocket attacks. We know that they would like to lob a rocket in there if they could. Now, we actually have pretty good protection against that. We have our anti-rocket and mortar system, the gun systems that those of you who've been out there are very familiar with, that are pretty effective against these kinds of attack. We are well positioned around the boundary of the airfield, and we feel that we'd be.
Bro, there is no better indication that these motherfuckers are bloodthirsty for more war and don't give a single fuck about like the actual, like dealing with the actual situation on the ground than how quickly every single Republican turned this into, we need to impeach Biden right now. Like, yeah, that's how you solve this problem. Like, as though Joe Biden was coordinating the fucking defense. Like, Joe Biden is a sock puppet, okay? He's a meat puppet. That's what he is. He, like, literally fucking sits in a cryo chamber all goddamn day, and then they wheel him out for, like, 5.5 minutes for him to read a teleprompter and go, cut the malarkey, Jack, okay? Go ahead, impeach him. Nothing is going to happen, okay? It's not Joe Biden. It's his cabinet that is, like, orchestrating all of this. And so far, they have even basically admitted that this was going to happen. They mentioned it days ago. So it's really fucking silly. Like, H.R. McMaster says Kabul blasts are what happens when you surrender to a terrorist organization. Does H.R. McMaster know that American soldiers were killed in Afghanistan while he was national security advisor? Not only that, but like, wait, this fucking guy, H.R. McMaster, is he unaware that like the previous administration executed this deal? Like, there is nothing that the U.S. forces can do at this point. This is just a part of the fucking evacuation.
That have the ability to look. All of these systems are being applied in defense of the airfield, all of it on a continual basis, all of them vectored by the intelligence that we receive, and then we also use the Taliban as a tool to protect us as much as possible.
See?
I'm going to go to the phones. I haven't done that yet. Alex Horton, Washington Post.
Okay, I don't care about the Pentagon. This is boring as fuck. Here is HR dumbfuck master talking.
You may hear this is ISIS-K or whatever, but these terrorist organizations exist in an ecosystem along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border and now all across Afghanistan, in which they share people and resources. You know, Siraj Haqqani is the military commander of the Taliban, and he's a central figure in Al-Qaeda. This is a myth, right, that the Taliban is separate from Al-Qaeda and these other groups. I would not be surprised in any way if ISIS-K was used, this attack, their Kabul attack network was used.
Dude, it's so annoying to see these, like, dumb fucks write, like, fancy little books about working under Donald Trump, okay, as, like, national security advisor and all this other shit, and then turn around and act like, you know, they themselves, through all of their experience in the fucking field, didn't engage in similar, if not worse, amounts of fucking casualties. Like, Trump's second fired NSA National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster is on the TV advocating for further war, who just called the Taliban the enemies of all humanity and blames the current situation on the neo-isolationist far right and the self-loathing far left. Doesn't mention George W. Bush, He also doesn't mention himself. McMaster, the hawk, used pictures of Afghan women in skirts in the 70s to push Trump into sending more troops to Afghanistan in 2017. He once threatened a preventive war with a nuclear-armed North Korea, too.
Used as a cutout for the Taliban so they can humiliate us on the way out and still continue to play us, because I don't think...
I love that, dude. Yeah, thank you for, you know, dialing in from your fucking nice house in Stanford, California, that you probably purchased by writing a book about how terrible it was to, like, work with Donald Trump, despite the fact that you worked with every other prior administration and absolutely played a fundamental fucking role in... like escalating conflict and many casualties. Okay, fucking Stanford, California, like Stanford University, whatever. Speaking of nice houses, 7-layer punk. Yes, dude. Yes, I have the same house. I bought this fucking compound. God, why are anarchists so fucking idiotic, dude? Here's a band for you, okay? Like the same fucking anarchist dumbass who was like, wow, I can't believe you're the State's Department spokesperson, while simultaneously saying, like, we need to fucking put more people on the ground right now. Like, literally, just anarchist shut the fuck up challenge, okay? It's like, I know the world is very confusing for you all the time, okay? You're having a hard time comprehending anything. Just shut the fuck up, then. Banning dissenting voices, insulting veterans. Wow. Seems like he has more experience than you. You should listen. Yeah, no. And yes, this is now officially an echo chamber if you consider dumbass opinions that are just, you know, if you have a dumbass opinion and you think it should be heard, and I see it and I shit on it, then I'm sorry to tell you this, but, you know, yeah. This is a no dumbass opinion echo chamber.
They think we're serious people, Jem. I mean, so our weakness is encourage them to be emboldened. And of course, they're going to have, as you mentioned, a safe haven support base, access to resources that will make them extraordinarily dangerous, as well as the ability now to say, hey, look, we're winning, right? We've established the Islamic Emirate in Khorasan. Come to our cause, much like ISIS did when they recruited 30,000 fighters at the drop of a hat, right? Once they took over territory the size of Britain in Iraq and in Syria. And then, of course, we had to go back, Jim. So now what I would just ask, what was it worth it, really? You know, what would be a better outcome? You know, a sustained commitment of a few thousand U.S. troops who were continuing to enable the Afghans to bear the brunt of this fight, or this catastrophe that we're seeing now, right? We had this end the endless wars narrative, Jim. But hey, guess what? You know, this is an endless jihad that the enemies of all civilized people are waging.
Dude, oh my God, what a fucking thumb, dude. I mean, straight up, like, this is what happens when you're Thumbelina, okay? Just, they promote you to the highest levels of, like, the military apparatus. The more thumb-like you are, the higher your rank is. And this motherfucker is just a straight thumb.
Against us. And if we don't acknowledge that, we're putting ourselves at an extraordinarily high risk.
And one lesson of recent years with terrorism is that victory equals recruiting. When ISIS took over portions of Iraq.
This is what we're facing.
Yeah, which is precisely why we're like offering them more coverage and more attention and functionally making it seem as though, like, Ben Shapiro says, impeach hundreds, if not thousands of Americans stranded in Kabul at the mercy of the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda for no reason. Hundreds of thousands of Afghan allies in danger of mass murder for no reason. Wounded or dead Americans in Kabul for no reason. Now, let me point to something. And I will be honest. I will be brutally honest here for a second. Thank you, Post-Adrian, for the 521 gift subs. Okay? If Donald Trump was president right now, because he's still my real president in my heart, obviously, this probably was going to happen in an identical capacity. Let's be fucking perfectly clear. Obviously, there is a lot of volatility in the end of and the subsequent evacuation of a permanent occupation for 20 years. There's going to be a lot of fucking problems. We all know this. You have to be a fucking delusional moron if you don't recognize that, right? Joe Biden has been relatively honest about the problems since the problems started occurring, even though he was very dishonest originally, saying like, oh yeah, they're going to hold off. They're going to hold off, Jack. No, the fuck they weren't, right? And I suspect that they chose to look like idiots rather than look like people who were offering Afghanistan on a silver platter to the Taliban after many, many years of, agitating against them, right? As a terror cell that we must eradicate. So that's why they chose to look like fucking idiots and to say, oh, the intelligence just wasn't there. So if Trump was in charge right now of the evacuation, then yes, of course, similar things would be happening. And yes, liberals would be asking for him to be impeached as well. They would be banging the war drums just as hard, if not harder, saying that we absolutely need to stay here. Okay? And that's the difference between me and like idiots like Ben Shapiro. I would say the exact same thing that I'm saying now, that if Trump actually ended up doing this evacuation, that he would be doing the right thing. And that these kinds of calculated precision strikes and these kind of like IED explosions are, of course, a given in a potential power vacuum. Okay? There's a power vacuum. There's a lot of instability, additional instability if the U.S. Chooses to stay in Afghanistan only benefits those like ISIS, because then the Taliban are preoccupied with dealing with the United States military. If it's done without coordinating with the Taliban, of course. At least the Defense Secretary Austin is saying the right thing so far. We will not be dissuaded from the task at hand, seeming to indicate that evacuations from Kabul Airport would continue in the last 4 days before the August 31st deadline. To do anything less, especially now, would dishonor the purpose and sacrifice of these men and women have rendered our country and the people of Afghanistan. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Megaphonics, if you send me your own personal fucking tweet one more time, I'm going to ban you. I swear to God. You would critique the opposite president more on their decisions like not providing air support in the ANA and withdrawing all their troops before civilians. You're just a left-wing puppet. Yeah, no, totally. I'm a left-wing puppet, which is precisely why I defended Donald Trump's decisions when he allowed the South Korean leadership to take the role of main negotiator in the nuclear dearmament or denuclearization negotiations, and even de-escalate military involvement in the region when everyone on the liberal side were fucking losing their shit over it, saying that Trump is a Russian puppet. Just like I said that despite what the liberals were fucking saying at the time when Donald Trump was organizing an evacuation of Afghanistan and an end to our forever war in Afghanistan at the very least, that I said, despite all of the fucking liberal agitations banging the war drums, I said that it was the right thing to do. You know, that Donald Trump was doing the right thing. That's why I did that. Also, can you imagine being a fucking RTX 3080 customer? Not even a 3090, dude. You fucking poor bitch. Yeah, there you go. Just kidding. I have a fucking 2080 Ti, so. ISIS is claiming officially the suicide attack in Afghanistan. Apparently, here it is. I don't know if this image is real or not, but according to France 24, ISIS is claiming the Kabul Airport bombing. Banned? Why the fuck would I? I'm a news commentator, like showing ISIS and ISIS claiming the attack is not a part of it's not illegal. Shut up. There are rumors on the street that you're buying a computer from Artesian worth millions. I might get a new PC. I'm in the market for whoever wants to build me a new PC instead of like buying fucking cyber power again. This time I'm gonna have like someone build it for me. Anyway, everybody stop, like hyper focusing on the dumb shit, okay? Here, let's see what these people are saying.
The question has been raised. Why didn't the U.S. get out Americans and our Afghani friends before the Taliban were able to take control of Kabul? You warned about this in a cable. Were you ignored?
We put out repeated warnings every 3 weeks to Americans going back to, I think, March or April. Each one in stronger terms: leave now, leave immediately. Never in my 40 years of working, since I began working at the State Department, have I seen such strong language used. People chose not to leave. That's their business. That's their right. We regret now that many may find themselves in a position that they would rather not be in, and we are determined to try to help them.
The question:
do it yourself instead of exploiting someone else, you capitalist. Yeah, dude. Yes. Socialism is when you build your own PC instead of paying someone to do it. Socialism means no contract work. Socialism means no purchase. Socialism means barter system. Like, that's how it works. It's true. Even before Trump says this wouldn't have happened if we had pulled out in May like he planned on. Yeah, dude, totally. Are you gonna pay them or use cloud to get a sponsorship? I might get a sponsorship. We'll see. I don't know yet. People that say Pepe Le brand risk, like, I would show you my fucking emails every goddamn day of like brand deals that are coming down the pipe that I say no to. Like literally every fucking day. Oh, just because I don't do ads doesn't mean that like people aren't interested in. Just because I don't do ads doesn't mean that like you know, people aren't literally constantly trying to fucking do ads and shit like that. Okay. Anyway, hold on. Oh, by the way, the latest episode of Fear and Malding is out with Stavi Baby. So, Stavros of Cumtown. So, you know, you guys should go listen to it on your own time. Do they insist on up the values, or do they give up after the first time they reach you and don't respond? No, they up the values. What brand you just turned down? Literally, as we were speaking, I just told Run Your Pool is a sponsorship opportunity that came down, and I said no. It's basically apparently an NFL football pool, so it's like DraftKings, and I said no to that. Like earlier today. There's another one that was there was another one that was like MyFitnessPal, which is what I use, but this time I think it's like called Noom. And I'm like questioning whether or not I want to work with them. I'm literally giving them a fucking ad right now by even mentioning it, but. Oh, now that you have a pool, you're doing pool ads? Pool, like a fucking fantasy football pool. One of the sources told CNN it may take a few hours before U.S. officials are able to identify the individuals who carry out the apparent suicide bombing, which should confirm ISIS-K was responsible. U.S. officials believe the likely attack behind the Kabul airport. Yeah, it is ISIS-K. ISIS has taken credit for it as well. And that's where we're at. Let's hear what this Let's see what this hog has to say, though.
It's not woke. It's not politically correct. But, you know, as we would say, stack their bodies up and let them see it. In other words, be forceful, be bold, so that the Taliban understand we're going to get our people and then we're going to leave. Listen, you can tell them right now, you're going to get a country out of this. Our president has made that decision. Do you want to do it dead, or do you want to do it walking into empty rooms because we left in peace? And that needs to be the message. Anything shy of that is a song and dance that gets people killed, as we've seen this morning.
But Joey, I mean, from what you know of being there on the ground, what are the potential military options here? I mean, I guess you could threaten to drop a JDAM on the presidential palace and get rid of Baradar and...
What? Dude, are you fucking dumb? Why would you do that? That's literally the opposite of what you're supposed to do. This is some of the fucking dumbest arguments I've ever heard. It's like so dumb that idiotic 14-year-olds in my chat think it's dumb. Like, there are moronic 14-year-olds who are horny for fucking war in my chat that have better ideas than this.
We have made significant progress in that regard. I believe it's since August 14th, I believe, we have evacuated over 80,000
Kamala Harris is
people.
live from Hanoi.
And as you know, each day and night, we continue to...
Actually, fuck it. I gotta finish this. I need to finish this idiotic clip.
His lieutenants. But given the fact that there are so many civilians crowding around that airport, what do you do to respond to what happened today?
Yeah, those civilians are human shields, and the Taliban knows it. And I'll give credit.
Dude, what are you saying? It's not the Taliban that did this, dude. What the fuck?
To the
Sorry, I'm just tweeting. I'm tweeting a fucking... These unhinged psychos want to bomb the Afghan government we installed for an attack they're trying to prevent from happening, while the Pentagon is talking about coordinating with the Taliban. Bloodthirsty monsters. I feel like it's confusing. It's like further confusing what I just looked at there. Anyway, more than 80 people have been killed in the twin explosions outside of Kabul Airport on Twitter. Yeah, I know. Brace yourself for some of the "oh, so you are siding with the Taliban" comments today in the chat. Yes, I am. I am literally siding with the Taliban. Yes. I'm just going to start saying yes. Yes, so is the American military. Like, I'm not alone on this, okay? Selling war pays, huh? I mean, I guess it does. Clip of Trump explaining how.
Personally with Taliban leaders in the not too distant future. And we'll be very much hoping that they will be doing what they say they're going to be doing. They will be killing terrorists. They will be killing some very bad people. We want to bring our people back home. We've killed ISIS fighters by the thousands. And likewise in Afghanistan, but now it's time for somebody else to do that work, and that'll be the Taliban. And I really believe the Taliban wants to do something to show that we're not all wasting time. I'll be meeting personally with Taliban leaders in the not too distant future. And we'll be very much hoping that they will be doing what they say they're going to be doing. They will be killing terrorists. They will be killing some very bad people. We want to bring our people back home. We've killed ISIS fighters by the thousands. And likewise in Afghanistan, but now it's time for somebody else to do that work, and that'll be the Taliban. And I really believe the Taliban wants to do something to show that we're not all wasting time. I'll be meeting personally with Taliban leaders in the not too distant future, and we'll be
looping. So wait, where's the video? Where did it go? It's kind of wild that the only thing that like the New York Times is covering, like the main thing that they're covering, is 12 service members killed in explosions outside of Kabul Airport. Like 80 people total have died, bro. What about the fucking Afghans that have died? Like no one gives a shit. It's crazy. Like when you look at this, it's not even on the byline, dude. Look at this. Look. This is the New York Times, okay? The gray lady. Like the bastion of honesty and journalism. It's supposed to be like the most important outlet that we have. Bombing strikes Kabul, killing at least 12 troops and dozens of Afghan civilians. First of all, it's not even true. There's like 80 that have died so far and hundreds that have been injured. Like they have no number. They do not care. It's nuts. The Pentagon confirmed at least 2 blasts and said there was a number of casualties. Western governments had warned of an impending attack. And apparently another big blast occurred, if I'm not mistaken. Is there... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. According to the New York Times, this is the 4th blast now. Another big blast occurred in Kabul just now. Yeah, the ISIS claims ID of the attacker is Abdul Rahman al-Logari from the Logar province. Says he reached within 5 meters of U.S. forces before detonating his explosives. Like, this is the dude. Yeah. ISIS is claiming responsibility, saying that this is the dude that did it. They fucking ID'd him. They ID'd the province that he's from. Apparently, there's another explosion that occurred now, totaling the number of explosions at 4. Just felt the shockwave of a very large explosion in Kabul. The whole house shook, says Marcus Yam, who's a LA Times roving foreign correspondent and photojournalist who's in Kabul right now. There will most likely be even more fucking attacks coming. Who's doing this? Taliban or ISIS or both? Of course not fucking Taliban, dude. Why the fuck would the Taliban blow up their own goddamn buildings, bro? What do you think this is? The George W. Bush administration? No, it's fucking... It's ISIS. That's right, I fucking said it. Shut up, bitch. Anyway. Clearly, the help the CIA helping ISIS. You think they could get in without help? The last time we relied on the Taliban to stop terrorism, this is what happened. So only a fool would have been surprised at the result? Wait, first of all, no, dumbass. As a matter of fact, not the Taliban, but we literally could have had Osama bin Laden before 9/11. Like, we could have had him before 9/11. Except the American military, or the CIA literally oversaw the assassination of the dude who was going to hand off Osama bin Laden to the CIA or to America in general 2 days before 9/11 happened. So he's fucking insane and wrong. That's great. Why is ISIS attacking another Sunni Islamic country? Because they don't think that anyone is real Muslim. Their version of like psychotic Sunni Islam is not even a real fucking version anyway. It's just like completely made up. And they personally think that like that's the real one and all these other homies are fake. They think that it's fake shit. They're gatekeeping Islam. Anyway. So we're going to move away from what's going on unless there's like Pentagon confirms 2 U.S. servicemen have been killed in explosion at the Kabul airport. At least 2 explosions reported. Looks like a complex attack. Wait, what? Where is the new one? No, this is like... Two more explosions reported in Kabul minutes ago. That would be the 6th and 7th explosion. There have been 7 explosions thus far today. Also, General McKenzie, that we saw earlier, that we missed out on when he was talking, said that earlier potential attacks on U.S. troops had been thwarted by the Taliban. So just remember that whenever people come in here and fucking say like, oh, dude, so you're siding with the Taliban? I'm like, yes, the U.S. military's official position is coordinating with the Taliban, which is the functioning Afghan government, okay? Candace Owens is siding with the Taliban on their anti-vaxxer initiatives. Afghanistan has vaccinated approximately 2.4% of the population, source Reuters. They're a nation of about 40 million people. Why aren't they all dead? Why have they only recorded 7,000 deaths? Bigger question, why is the Taliban banning the vaccine? Dude, conservatives have like sided with the Taliban so aggressively. Like, it's wild. Like, on all the fucking bad shit that they've done. You are so lost. Dude, you are so wrong. Yeah, we don't negotiate with terrorists, you stupid motherfucker. Dude, we've been doing that for years. LMAO, we will not negotiate with terrorists. You are so lost. Holy fuck, you are so lost. I'm lost? Scoop, U.S. officials gave the Taliban a list of names of U.S. citizens, green card holders, and Afghan allies to grant entry into the outer perimeter of the city's airport, prompting outrage behind the scenes from lawmakers and military officials. Basically, they just put all those Afghans on a kill list, said one defense official. No, I don't think so. Like, I don't think so. I think the Taliban are very happy that the United States is treating them like a legitimate fucking, a legitimate government entity, and very happy that the United States gift wrapped Afghanistan and offered it to the Taliban. Okay? And that doesn't mean I agree with the Taliban, or worse, the United States military, okay, or the State Department. Of course I don't. But this is how they saw fit the evacuation processes in Afghanistan. This is how they are operating. This is what they decided to do. Oh, some ISIS K could be insider Taliban or leak the info, or am I just dumb? No, dude, you are dumb. These aren't motherfuckers that like each other. They fight each other, okay? Please. Biden is going to be speaking at 2 p.m. Pacific, and we'll obviously hear from the main man himself, boss man Biden. Okay. Check the comments under your latest tweet. Why, dude? I'm not a fucking... Wait. Is there like dicks and shit? Is that why? Oh yeah, there's like really fucking dumb comments in here. If they're a renegade sect of the Taliban, they're no longer the Taliban. Is there a chance that the Taliban could be toppled by ISIS? No. Unless... No, of course not, dude. Unless the United States decides to go back in. In which case, that instability could bring so much more chaos. And God knows what the fuck will happen. Okay? If the only way that ISIS would take over Afghanistan, which is very, very, very unlikely, is if they're getting like full funding and support from the CIA. And then also the U.S. military decides to reinvade Afghanistan, and then the Taliban are fighting the U.S. military. Outside of that, no, dude. The fucking ISIS-K, like, I don't even know how many fucking members are out there in operation in Afghanistan, but it can't be too much. Do you think ISIS and the Taliban can strike a deal because they have a common enemy? They don't have a common enemy. The Taliban are aligned with the U.S. government. They are defending U.S. troops. They are defending U.S. interests. The United States gave them Afghanistan. Of course, they're going to defend the United States. ISIS just wants power and control. And instability is the only way that a small militant organization, a small militant branch of ISIS, could ever even imagine having a small crumb of power. Okay? So advocating to like bomb Taliban right now is the dumbest fucking thing you could do, because then you're literally handing Afghanistan on a gift wrap to ISIS and further chaos. Okay? ISIS hates the Taliban, and they probably hate the Taliban even more now that the Taliban negotiated with the U.S. Yeah, they probably fucking think they're fake. Anyway. Yes, Biden is going to be addressing at 2 p.m. We'll wait for that. Adam Housley says, former Emmy award-winning senior news correspondent, by the way. Probably like a sports guy, says, if anyone is arguing that ISIS and the Taliban aren't arm in arm, they're clueless. This is absolutely coordinated, and the Taliban is absolutely a part of it. Should I make the George W. Bush? I can't say that. I shouldn't. That's too spicy. Yes, the Taliban and ISIS are enemies, dude. Yes. I'm not going to say anything. Okay.
Ran away, and there were tens of thousands of people in these prisons, and they included many dangerous.
Hasan, a privileged hipster taking the Taliban side. Jorge 666. I am a privileged hipster who also happens to be in agreement with what the general assessment is of the U.S. military apparatus currently. So I guess you know better than literally the fucking actual generals that are coordinating against these attacks right now. You know, because it's not just me. It's like people with more knowledge than I do. But you don't even need more knowledge. All you need to do is think about what the interests are. What are the interests of the what are the Taliban's interests right now? Maintain stability. That's it. My man said privileged hipster like it's 2010. Actually, an Aiden Ross chatter. I'm banning him for being 14 and thinking you're a 30-year-old is a hipster. Yeah.
Dangerous extremists, including extremists from ISIS. So since the fall of Kabul, while the Taliban has been controlling the city, you have all of these radicals who are against the Taliban, who have nowhere to go. They can't leave the country. They have no future with the Taliban. So one of them, apparently, according to intelligence sources, carried out this attack. That is the suspicion. That is what the U.S. was warning about. And Courtney described it very well. There is this corridor right between the Barron Hotel, which was built to house contractors right next to the airport. The airport is a military base, and the military base is surrounded by very high walls and has 3 main gates. And this hotel, which is not like a hotel, it's almost like a part of the base because it's pushed right up against the wall, built there so that security contractors could come. They didn't have to go far. They didn't have to enter the city. They could stay there if they had business in Kabul. It has been used as a staging area. From the Barron Hotel, it's just about a 200 or 300 yard walk to this Abbey Gate. And in this corridor, Afghans have been gathering. They've been trying to push up against the gate and see if they could get in. And I think you're playing some video. I was staying at the Barron. We drove this corridor just a few days ago. And in this corridor, which is flanked by tall concrete blast barriers, there is a sewage drainage ditch. And it appears that this suicide bomber was able to infiltrate this area through this sewage canal because the Taliban were controlling the outer perimeter, but they might not have been controlling the actual sewage ditch itself. And people, desperate people, and it shows the degree of desperation there, were wading through this filthy wastewater to get to the gate to see if there was an opportunity that they could get in. And in this chaotic scene where you have the Taliban on the outside, Afghans gathered there trying to get in, some of them even wading through sewage to get in, you saw this explosion. And Marines were apparently in the vicinity and several lost their lives as they were manning that gate. So it's not going to stop the evacuations.
Look, man, I love you, but Hamlins and Daquan are coming back, so please hold off until like 5 on MLK, please.
This is far away from the flight line. It's not going to impact aircraft, but there are only a limited number of gates. And if one now is clearly compromised, slowed down security concerns there, it puts even more pressure on the others. This is something the Taliban doesn't want. Several Taliban fighters outside were killed themselves, but there is only so much that they can do with tens of thousands of people who escaped from the prisons who are still on the loose.
Right. All right. Richard, thank you very much. It will certainly impact American decision-making. We're certainly keeping an eye on more reaction from the White House and the administration about these developments. Again, we learned from the Pentagon a short time ago a number of U.S. service members were killed in what the Pentagon is describing as a complex attack at the Kabul airport, a number of others being treated for wounds. We also believe a number of civilian casualties there. We'll continue to monitor the situation in Kabul. We'll bring you the very latest as we get it. And of course, coverage continues right now on MSNBC and later on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt.
Check Alex Gunter. Why, dude? He's baiting. I know who this is. He's literally just fucking baiting, dude. Like, it's just the fucking top of the hour bait. Don't point to other chatters who are baiting, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah, it is top of the fucking hour, boys. Love the new Fear and Malding app. I myself am a man who has consensually stuck his big toe in a pussy. Oh my god, dude. This is the unique coverage that you will never be able to get anywhere else, and that's precisely why I always laugh whenever motherfuckers are like, dude, you are benefiting from socialism. It's like, you will never get round-the-clock breaking news coverage that provides additional analysis on like what what's happening in Afghanistan, and then you fucking turn around and, you know, read out a comment about sticking a toe consensually into a vagina. That's it. This is the only place that you get that. Anyway, you know, I don't know about toes and pussies, but I do know about ad breaks at the top of the hours. Here's a 60-second one coming to you right now. Of course, if you'd like to no longer see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. We're going to take a quick break from the Taliban ISIS coverage real quick. Okay? And we'll have a fun little break here. But it's top of the hour. Every hour it's time for a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can do it for free with a Twitch Prime. That's how you get an ad-free broadcasting experience. You can also use an ad block or a VPN.
About his
But Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime account and you know, connect it to your Twitch. Here's the ad now. Okay.
Come on. Okay.
I saw so many funny ass comments about this, but like someone was saying gravity is the only thing keeping police accountable.
Come on. Okay.
Oh, he kicked it.
Come on. Okay.
Oh my God, he fucking kicked it. Holy fucking shit. So did he shoot him or what? Gravity's the only law that holds police accountable. Somebody's got to blur that hero's face. That kick was astounding. Oh, that's hilarious, dude. I didn't even realize he fucking kicked it.
Come on. Okay.
He did not actually kick it, by the way. Oh, he's spicy. I'm surprised he didn't pull out his weapon immediately. Like, back the fuck up! Damn, those angles, dude. He was just pretending. That's a good ass fake kick. Anyway, they used you in this? What is this? Thanks, man. There's an 8th explosion? Really?
Smile.
Aiden Ross did a crate challenge?
You got it, you got it, you good? Hey, shut up, shut up. 4 months to him, bro.
He just fell right on his shoulder, bro. That's crazy.
Hey, shut up, shut up. Oh, that fucking hurt. Man, fuck that time shit. Let's go. You got it, you got it, you good?
You see someone died doing this yesterday? Someone died?
Thanks for the good times. We're gonna be smoking that ISIS gay pack.
That's crazy that someone fucking died doing this already. Yeah. All the more reason for me to believe that this is the CIA that fucking put these crates here, dude. The CIA was like, COVID's not taking out as many black people as we'd like. Now they're just suspiciously just dropping milk crates, dude. Like they dropped crack cocaine.
Bad
That's right.
Here, but hi, Hassie.
Now I'm convinced. Yeah, now that the ICU beds are full in black and brown neighborhoods, it's like, now is time. Open up your third eye, chat. Oh, the recent blasts are America doing controlled? Okay. What is this? A Times fact check? Just in the recent blasts are controlled blasts. The U.S. blowing up their weapons and ammunition. U.S. might withdraw all force within the next 24 hours. Dude, what the fuck is this? Some random fucking guy, dude. Don't send me random guys. Since when have crates ever been this cheap? It's a psyop? Yeah, this is awfully suspicious, dude. Awfully fucking suspicious. American healthcare professionals, please be careful. Our emergency rooms are super full and we're stretched entirely too thin. Americans, so you stack milk crates from this huge incline. Yeah. If you want some gaming news, apparently Blizzard is renaming McCree. Why? Why? I don't understand. I mean, I don't give a shit, but like, why? Oh, because it was... Oh, because he was named after like a dude who was abusive? Oh, that makes sense. They named him after one of the employees that were let go? Oh shit. That makes sense. Okay.
What should we name the baby?
Anyway. He was named after one of the... Okay, got it. He was named after one of the employees that was, you know, in the Blizzard. Introducing iVape Mectin, the first vaporized ivermectin treatment for patriotic Americans. Did you make this video, bro? Premiered 63 minutes ago, 9 views. Did you make this? Not nice, Lord. Like, how else could you have found this video? Shit's got 9 views. You made this, right?
Hasan the baby is coming.
I mean, it's probably funny. I like the concept, so I will watch it. But it's pretty funny that, like, you're like, oh, dude, look at this video that someone else made. Like, totally not me. Yo, check this video out. I didn't make it. Someone else did, of course. It'd be crazy if you kind of, like, looked at it and laughed about it. You know what I mean? Like, haha. Totally not me, by the way. It's probably someone else that made it crazy. You know? Patriotic Americans woke up to a nightmare. But they finally have a defense. Doctors, vaccines, politicians, fake news. Patriotic Americans know none of those work. Introducing iVapMectin. Vaporize ivermectin. One freedom puff a day is all it takes. Gallop free from sea to shining sea. Ventilator. On sale at ivapemectin.com. Okay, that's pretty funny. This was pretty good. I love the alfalfa one for all the hogs, the cows.
Pog.
Cotton candy. Bourbon barrel, domestic abuse. Mint julep for, you know, racism. And alfalfa when you're a cow. The Latin means smooth brain hogs. Okay, whoever made this is 100% a chatter. I will.
Love you guys later.
I refuse to believe that this is not the fucking chatter. Okay. And ventilator. Yeah, I saw.
Let's go, Dud.
Where does the website go? It goes back to the video.
Best crate challenge.
Did you see the protest for a frat for sexual assault all over TikTok? No, because like the fucking Kabul airport is being attacked right now, and you want me to cover like, you know, some fucking frat douchebag. There's a TikTok of a wife swap military famine versus anti-fam, and it's... Wait, really? Maybe we'll watch that later.
Did I ask you to refer to me? I said,
yes, ma'am. Well, I'm sorry.
Not give me grief about my rules. It's yes, ma'am.
I don't refer to fascists as ma'am. Think about right and wrong because you've grown up in a secluded area listening.
Yes, I'm covering a random meme video because this is something that we will inevitably watch later today because it's on brand with what the fuck we're talking about with respect to, you know, the American military and shit like that. If you're going to come in with something that like takes away from the main combo that we're having, then it has to be something that's like fun or funny or at least like remotely related. Like the person who keeps sending me fucking Ben Shabibo flexes his biceps. Like, yeah, that's not related. And that's not funny. I don't care. Okay. What is this, dude? Check your closet and check your bed. Wait, what is he saying? These unhinged psychos want to bomb the Afghan government we install for an attack they're trying to prevent from happening while the Pentagon is talking about coordinating with the Taliban. Bloodthirsty monsters. Check your closet and under your bed. Fox News host. What? Oh, that's the guy that was on the fucking, that's the guy that was on the video? That's the fucking dude that was like the hoorah, we got bloodthirsty monsters, like, we gotta go.
hoggers.
"12 U.S. troops got killed by ISIS for the sole reason of getting them to stay in Afghanistan so that more of them will be killed, and the entire professional media class and right-wing media sphere is cheering that on as if that is what ISIS doesn't want. Just totally deranged." Jake Tapper, "We just got word that 12 troops have been killed at the Kabul airport. This means we must stay for 50 more years, and I will, of course, never bother reporting on others who are killed during that time, because then that would make the never-ending war seem bad." Check the replies. No, Americana. I don't want to fucking see whatever dumb meme you posted under the replies, okay? Stop.
Can't believe I've been here.
Yeah,
for
I mean, this is
17
the
months
perfect,
just to watch
yeah,
the most
the
awkward first date
perfect
live yesterday.
example of what's going on, as I've tried to also describe. It's so funny seeing the dude like that posture, like threat to someone else. You're sick, bro. Actually suffering from PTSD or some shit.
Hassle.
Okay. Yes, I know there's a Biden press briefing starting at 2, so we'll get there. Okay, before we look at the press briefing, let's take a look at what's going on right now, the really important things in the world. Finally, I'm going to cover this really quickly, and that is celebrating MLK time. Studios presents March Through Time in Fortnite. So apparently, like, this was a community-made thing in Fortnite, and then the PlayStation blog decided to like hype it up. You know what I mean? It wasn't like officially made by Fortnite or PlayStation, from what I understand. It was a group of black creators that made an MLK museum in the game's creative mode.
It would be fatal for the nation to overlook the urgency of the moment. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring. I have a dream today.
Thanks for all the coverage. Love the broadcast.
I mean, it's cringe as fuck. Yeah, it is definitely nuclear cringe. But whatever, it's like a bunch of fucking black creators that did this. Like, who gives a shit?
Hello.
I don't think this is supposed to be like, it's just like a thing that they did, and it's currently being misconstrued probably, but like, I mean, of course it's gonna be bad, because you can literally do Gangnam style dances at the fucking MLK Island in Fortnite.
Dramatize a shameful condition. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promise in his own.
Thanks for 9 months.
I mean, like, the idea of a virtual exhibit walkthrough of history is really interesting. Yeah, I don't disagree. I have a different take on this. I think it's cringe, but it's not as like aggro as the way people made it seem, because like it's just like a creator made thing in Fortnite. Of course, like, you know what I mean? I mean, it's like funny to make fun of it, and I still think like you can and should make fun of it. You know what I mean? Like, totally valid to like let off some fucking steam and just like make fun of this for how like, you know, cringe it is, but because you can't like limit the movements and interactions in the fucking map, I assume. So, you know, if you're like doing a walkthrough through a museum and like having MLK speeches and stuff, I think it's just like, People just wanted a, you know, like a fun little thing that they wanted to make. It's cringe in a boring dystopian kind of way. If it was made by white creators, you could make fun, but not if it's black creators. I mean, I would have suspected. I originally, when I saw this, thought that it was like a bunch of, you know, Fortnite developers that put this together, but I think it was just like regular people that made this. They didn't get permission from the estate. The King Center does not license Dr. King's intellectual property and therefore was not involved in any decisions concerning the endeavor with Time Inc. and PlayStation Fortnite. These licensing decisions are made by intellectual properties management. Anyway, does it how much of a commie he actually was, though? No, of course not. Don't be crazy. It's cringe, but at least it teaches kids about one of the more influential civil rights leaders. Yeah. Is it explicitly, is it confirmed? Did they actually do it by, did the Time actually, like, you know, facilitate this project or something? I don't know what the background is. Inspire the work of Time and their partners Juvie Productions, Digital Domain, and Riot. Oh, it is like more of a legitimate thing. I thought it was like a bunch of random black modders who made this. Okay, so it is. Yeah, no, definitely make fun of this shit. It's cringe as fuck. I thought it was like a bunch of like, you know, random black teenagers or something that wanted to do something nice. In which case it's like well-intentioned but cringe. But oh my god, if it's like Time doing this, yeah, it's fucking mega cringe. It's just like lib shit. Why should it get made fun of? You think MLK was a moderate? What? Shut up, dude. Stop trying to fucking derail the stream. I've never said that. No, a fucking significant a significant voice in the anti-war, anti-imperialist efforts that literally fucking offered critical support to Ho Chi Minh was not a fucking moderate or a Republican in the way that the dumbass people have fucking whitewashed his memory. No, a socialist, anti-imperialist like MLK was not a fucking moderate. I know you're trying to just bait me into saying that, but there you go.
14 months chattily hassle.
You think Rosa Parks is in the battle bus? Oh my god. They did a march through Time and like Time magazine. Jesus Christ. It's like, it's fucking insane what people do. I swear to God.
Hasan, this sub baby is being born pogo.
All right. Glenn Greenwald had a rare good take, apparently. The deep state ghouls on CNN insinuating or even stating that the Taliban wanted this attack and may have ever helped launch it know that they're lying. They're desperate to find a way to keep U.S. troops in Afghanistan and keep the money spigot pouring. H.R. McMaster was one of those military officials, along with Madison Kelly, whom the corporate media valorized during the Trump years. Oh my God, he said literally the exact same fucking things I said earlier today. Wow, surprising that Glenn Greenwald forgot to like...
Holy shit, 12 months.
You know, hyper-focus on like some dumbass anti-SJW shit.
Hasan can stay, I guess.
Anyway, H.R. McMaster was one of those military officials along with Madison Kelly, whom the corporate media valorized during the Trump years on the grounds that they keep in check and even subvert Trump's anti-deep state impulses. People like him are responsible for this 20-year fraud. In 2020, McMaster also repeatedly attacked and condemned Trump for negotiating with the Taliban and trying to remove all troops from Afghanistan. Of course, he's exploiting this attack. There are those who the corporate media turns to, deep state warmongers. Yeah, dude, deep state. It is just the state. I don't know why Glenn Greenwald, someone like Glenn Greenwald, who's been a fucking NatSec reporter, saying like deep state, like is an idiotic, like 85-year-old victim of divorce court on Facebook, is so dumb. Motherfucker, you know better than anyone else through first-hand reporting that there is no deep state and it's just state. Okay? It is like are you that fucking desperate for some clout from the psychopathic QAnoners? Like, I'm not gonna hyper focus on him constantly saying like deep state, but it's so silly. Yeah, deep state, bro. It's just state, okay? We're talking about American imperialism. There is no conflicting values when it comes to American imperialism. A major media theme was the deep state could never, should subvert Trump's decisions. This is the deep state now on CNN. Oh, God, he just says deep state, deep state, deep state. Blah, 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 blah. It's just state. Dummy. Come on, dude. What the fuck? You still found a way to put Trump over and praise him? Glenn Greenwald's getting targeted by fascists and doing this? Yeah, it's just like so weird. Glenn Greenwald did not retweet Christian Walker. Stop. 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 Gigi talks shit about you in the Red Scare pod? Like what? What did he say? That I'm like too much of a fucking defender of neoliberalism, right? Like that's what I assume he said. He's like tried to say similar things before. Yeah, dude. I'm the defender of neoliberalism. That's why Tucker Carlson and his fans want to fucking murder me. Whereas you get like literally favorable coverage from Tucker Carlson and his fan base. You know, you're a fan of, you're a fan of fucking imperialist neoliberals when you have fucking crosshairs when they cover you on Fox News. But when you go on Fox News and as an ally, that's when you're actually the real anti-imperialist. It's so fucking stupid. Is he wrong, bro? Are you fucking dumb? I don't even know what he said, but he says stuff like that every now and then. Like he's tweeted about me in the past where he says similar things. Fair, given that you bully the shit out of Red Scare listeners? Yes, they deserve to be fucking bullied a little bit, okay? They're such weirdo fucking simps. Deep definition extending far down from top to surface. State definition, the civil government of the country. Are you saying it isn't a deep state? What? A deep state is... Saying something is deep state implies that there are conflicting values within the state apparatus. There aren't. The American imperialist war machine works side by side with the American military-industrial complex and works at the behest of these massive corporations, okay? It is an extension of capitalist hegemony all over the hegemony all over the fucking world. So there is no conflicting values in the American State Department. It is always the same. There isn't even conflicting values when it comes to the Democratic and Republican agenda with respect to imperialism. This is the honest assessment, okay? Anyone who tries to fucking lead you away... What up, Chelsea? Anyone who tries to lead you away from that reality is just fucking silly. So that's why I get annoyed whenever people are like, oh, the deep state, Trump was against the deep state. Like, shut up, dude. Like, what do you want? You want fucking, you want, oh yeah, Matt Taibbi was going full anti-NGO as well. He was like, no posting on the timeline I saw. Enough is enough. Antifa attacks reporter in Portland. A few words about a disgusting incident in which a reporter for our video partner News to Share was maced and thrown on the ground this past weekend. So, yeah, the black bloc doing this shit are fucking annoying, okay? They're crusty as hell. But, like, how are you going to cover this as the main news when the literal people that they're fucking pushing back against, the people that they're pushing back against are shooting motherfuckers. They don't even live in Portland. They literally come from surrounding white supremacist towns. Just one more street brawl and smash camera and they'll overthrow capitalism, I'm sure of it. So, like, This is annoying. What the black bloc is doing there is fucking annoying. I'm sorry. It is. It's fucking annoying. Okay? And yeah, there is definitely like a lot of aggressive action from the anarchists in Portland. Like they engage in aggressive action all the fucking time, and they do cringe shit from time to time too. But ultimately, like, focus on who the fucking real enemies are here. Okay? Because it's not a bunch of fucking crusty anarchists. Look at why they're there. They're there because the Proud Boys that are predominantly made up of white supremacists who have been involved in like actual white supremacist attacks over and over again, that are running around the streets with paintball guns and shooting at people, or even with like an airsoft gun and you know, terrifying people, coordinating with the fucking Portland Police Department, and then actually using a real gun to like shoot into a fucking crowd. Like when that's happening and your hyper focus is that like the black bloc Antifa crust boys actually pushed a fucking journalist, like you're a psycho. Like it just, what are you doing? Proud Boys literally sprayed that reporter with wasp spray right before the incident. All y'all need to go to a counter-fash rally before you can shit on people out in the streets. I mean, dude, no. You know why I don't go to a fucking fash rally like that? Because there's like 12 fash. Okay? That's why. Like, at a time when their influence is fucking waning, and they have like, you know, they have like fucking 3.5 supporters, and they're getting together to do like a prayer or whatever, and you go there with like 70 people, like you've won the battle. Okay, you've won the battle. Why are you still like? Are you horny? Not saying you're wrong, but that's basically what aboutism. I think you need to focus on the fact that they wouldn't have an excuse to do that shit if the fascism wasn't a thing. No, that's why I've said this a million times. Yeah, if you get fucking annoyed by the crusty anarchists in Black Bloc, then you should be terrified of like the actual fucking fascist dipshits that are running around and like trying to do like white supremacist rallies and shit. Okay? But also, if you don't want like the crusty anarchists to fucking roam the streets, gear up and like push journalists and shit, then here's a good way to like eradicate them. Okay, are you ready for this? Stop with this fucking fascist nonsense. Stop the Proud Boys organizing and like trying to fucking do like little paintball rallies in the middle of the Portland streets on any given moment. Because anti-fascism is an action. Okay? It's an action. Like, there is no need for crusty anarchist punks to roam the streets geared up in their bike helmets and shit if there is no fucking fascism. So why are you saying it's cringe? Because it's fucking cringe when it's like dummy shit. Like we've all seen how the fuck the Proud Boys are still trying to operate. Like, dude, their main guy was an FBI asset, dude. He got a light fucking gentle tap on the wrist for organizing Proud Boy shit and like other engaging in like white supremacist actions. Their main person was a fucking FBI asset. Like, they're nothing. They're just a bunch of fucking hogs getting together trying to do like weekend getaways where they like arrest them. Like, arrest these fucking guys. Like, they can't just like run around with fucking paintball guns. What the fuck is the Portland Police Department doing, dude? Instead of fucking coordinating with them and being like, I know you have an arrest warrant right now, so like you probably should avoid the areas where there's police patrols going on. Otherwise, they may be forced to arrest you. Fucking literally arrest them. Like, are you stupid? That Antifa, they go around beating the shit out of POC and LGBTQ people or anyone else they think are leftist? No, for sure. They do that. They did that in LA like last week. They literally did that in LA like last week and the week before. Like the Korean spa shit that happened. These motherfuckers are so buck wild that they are willing and able to actually fucking organize like an insane fucking rally right outside of police headquarters where they beat the shit out of leftists and like gay people and whoever the fuck they and the media, and then no one fucking covers that shit, but instead they cover like one fucking crusty anarchist pushing a journalist, dude. But if you know that, and if you're a fucking black bloc, if you know that, don't fucking push these dumbasses, okay? They're not going to be able to dox you. Your face is already covered. Just, you know, don't push them. Don't give any ammo to these fucking dipshits, okay? Are they crusty? Yes, I will keep using crusty for the rest of my life until they decide to take a shower. Chris Saliza, is this an MF Doom tire cover? If so, that's awesome. No, dude, this is the tire cover of a dude whose wife is getting fucked. Consensually, of course, by everyone else. And good on her for doing that. Okay? You have a tire cover that has like the fucking Spartan helmet with like the thin blue line aesthetic. That means 1000% without a fucking doubt. Also, Chris Saliza, holy shit. How much of a fucking lib elite is Chris Saliza that he like doesn't recognize what this is? No, this is what happens when you are a thin blue line guy and you're, you know, your wife is consensually having sex with everyone else but you. Okay, here's from the Taliban spokesperson regarding more explosions at Kabul. Explosions were heard inside the Kabul airport after dinner today. These explosions were carried out by American forces to destroy their equipment so that the citizens of Kabul do not need to worry. Okay. Psaki on Eric Prince. Oh yeah, here.
I just wanted to follow up on Steve's
Jen Psaki did a Psaki bomb again.
question about the sort of for-profit effort.
Yeah.
What is the administration doing to kind of protect people from exploitation? Given the desperation, there are reports that the defense contractor Eric Prince is offering seats on a plane, evacuation plane, out for $6,500. And some people in desperation are taking that, not knowing there might be an NGO option, and are, you know, I mean, essentially this is exploitation. What is the administration doing to kind of protect people when they are so desperate?
We are evacuating tens of thousands of people every day for free, and that's the focus that our military on the ground, our diplomats have on the ground. And if you're asking me about consequences or additional steps, I will have to check and see if there's any additional steps.
Could you comment specifically, though, on Eric Prince? I mean, he has already made so much money from the Afghan conflict, and now in these sort of final waning days is once again essentially exploiting people in order to make profit. I mean, what is the...
Eric Prince is literally a Hideo Kojima villain. Like, it's not even a joke. Like, he is literally a Hideo Kojima villain, dude.
The position of the administration that this is taking place as you were offering.
You're doing the Marxism is when no iPhone, but for anarchism? What? When did I say that? Why is anarchism when no shower? It's a meme, dude. It's a fucking joke, okay? I'm joking, okay? Dude, that's what it is. Jesus Christ. It's a joke, but it's also true. But
offering flakes free of charge.
I don't think any human being who has a heart and soul would support efforts to profit off of people's agony and pain as they're trying to depart a country and fearing for their lives.
But of course, I forgot. Leftism is when no joke. And the less jokes, the less leftism the more leftism happens. Guy manages to be nativist, racist. She brought COVID from Colombia, misogynist, called her a slut, and violent all in the same span of seconds. No doubt went home thinking he made the world a better place that day. Yeah, I mean, here's what you're doing when you fucking when you hyper focus on Antifa. Enough is enough. Antifa attacks reporter. Okay? Portland is like the liberal version of Florida, okay? Portland is like liberal Florida. I'm sorry to say this. I know that there's a lot of people in Portland that are watching right now, but it's kind of like a fucking PvP zone for white supremacist psychos to just like constantly go there. And you know, a black blog out there loves fighting back. It's also just as white as Florida, by the way. Nope, actually more white than Florida. Anyway. It's RP PvP, yeah. So what fucking annoys me about this sort of stuff is like, it is significantly worse with respect to like white supremacists constantly fucking organizing, constantly trying to do shit, constantly trying to start shit up. So if your only focus is the one time some like Antifa dipshit turned around and pushed the reporter because they were a fucking dipshit, okay? If you only cover that and not like the weeks and weeks and weeks of organizing that fascists engaged in, where they're like literally fucking causing terror in the streets of Portland, and not covering the fucking cops and their personal involvement, okay? Their personal like collaboration with those hog white supremacists, the Proud Boys and the like, then you're a fucking idiot. Like either you are a unwilling participant engaging in fascist agitprop, or you're deliberately doing it, and it's much, much worse. But there's no two ways about it. Like, this is basically like pro-white supremacist propaganda. Okay? Imagine comparing a city of 2.5 million to a state of 22 million. Okay, shut the fuck up, button clicker. Like, if Antifa stopped showing up, so would most of these fascists stop giving them a platform? I don't think so. I think there are instances where counter-protests from anti-fascists are understandable. Okay? I think that there are instances where counter-fascism or to counter fascist protests is a reasonable thing to do, an understandable thing to do. And I totally understand why some anti-fascist protesters, anti-fascist counter-protesters, even are ready and able to take violent action if necessary. And the reason for why that is unfortunately a necessity is because the police are not doing what they're supposed to fucking do. Do your fucking jobs, Portland Police Department. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop cracking the skulls of fucking, anti-fascist and leftist counter-protesters and start cracking some fucking white supremacist skulls, you hogs. There would be no need for any sort of like militant action by crusty ass fucking anarchists if the cops were doing their fucking jobs, but they never do their jobs. It's the other way around. Anti-fascists disappear when fascists disappear. Yeah, I know that. I understand that. Anti-fascist, the greatest way, violence is not a necessity. Yeah, tell that to the motherfuckers who are literally coming to Portland with guns to start shit. Violence is not a necessity. Yeah, no shit, violence is not a necessity. I completely understand that. But violence, unfortunately, is a constant, okay? There would be no fucking reason for militant action if these guys, the fucking Proud Boys and shit, weren't routinely trying to start stuff and beat the shit out of people and bear spray people and even shoot into fucking crowds. There's literally a tweet of that POC Proud Boy saying he wants to round up Jews. I don't know what you're talking. Is it this person? That's like a journalist, isn't it? Anyway. Yeah, Proud Boys also like pepper spray entire blocks of random people and there's no fucking counter protest. And when that happens, cops don't do shit and there's no fucking coverage. I feel like the entirety of the media apparatus is like just working alongside the same propagandists that want to always vilify Antifa, always vilify anti-fascists, always vilify leftists. And some of them are crusty as fuck. I'm sorry. Some of them are hella crusty. Let's be real. But goddamn, at least they're not fucking fascists, dude. I'd rather take a motherfucker who doesn't shower and like yells at me on Twitter about being a fucking fake for owning a house instead of living in a box than a goddamn white supremacist any day of the fucking week. Because ultimately, those guys' interests and the actions they're taking revolve around like protecting fucking, you know, marginalized people that these white supremacists want to fucking hurt. And every single one of those motherfuckers probably had a tweet about how I'm a fake. Like, they love tweeting, okay? They love fucking tweeting. They love talking about, you know, how I got my PhD in Stanford and you know, and now I'm a Antifa guy because I'm a white guy with dreadlocks. Okay? I'm a white guy with dreads. I'm a PhD, Stanford PhD, and I love tweeting all the time. This is my Substack, okay? And I'm going to tell you, like, any sort of successful leftist media personality is probably fucking fake. And guess what? I don't give a fuck, okay? I would much rather prefer those motherfuckers all day. Because ultimate, I shit talk you all the time. Donate to my Ko-Fi. Yeah. So, while those guys are no fans of mine, I would much rather have them. I would much rather deal with them than, you know, actual fucking white supremacy. How do you say it? It said coffee, Ko-Fi, Ko-Fi, whatever, however you say it. Anyway. Proud Boy calling for rounding up the Jews.
Fucking gypsy ass nomads.
Here's the video of Tiny calling for another Holocaust and for Jewish people to...
That way, in a lot of ways.
Motherfucker, are you really comparing us to the Jews? Which Jews are you talking about? The ones in the oven, or the ones that were lost without GPS for 40 years in the fucking desert, with the motherfucker with the staff? So which one?
Take your pick.
I mean, dude, I don't care. I'm sorry, man. Like, stuff like this is so fucking, we're getting so far into the weeds at this point. Yeah, they're bad guys, and they're fucking Nazis. Like, what do you want? I know that already. Like, Like, these guys are the main organizers, okay?
Either way, that's whatever. Yeah.
Well, all I know, motherfucker, is I ain't trying to be burned or gassed in a fucking oven. So I'll pick the motherfuckers that were lost in the fucking desert for that long. And you can be Moses with the staff. I'll be the Jews that follows Moses. So, show me the way. What's next? Which chat are we hopping in?
That's the ones I was talking about for real, though. If you want me to be for real, those are the ones I was talking about. Yeah.
Well, you're in luck because the Holocaust didn't happen.
Like, are you serious? It didn't happen? Then fuck it. What are we waiting for? Let's make that shit happen. Round him up.
Like,
I fucking love you, dude. I missed you so much. Go get stabbed for Israel, Goyim.
I feel like I'm getting stabbed for Israel every day.
Like, these are the fucking dudes. Yeah, these are the guys that are doing the fucking organizing the rallies that Matt Taibbi is like choosing to criticize the fucking counter movement against. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You can't fucking defeat these movements just by like being there and punching them in the face when they're fucking blasting you with pepper spray and bear mace. Okay? I mean, they just suck. They're still doing like lol genocide, Holocaust, lol memes. Like, they're fucking losers, dude. Anyway. ISIS K is made up. Oh, I want to hear the brilliant analysis this fucking guy has, dude. Ostovane, who do you think it is? The problem is the state supports them, so fucking target the media that like target the media that fucking props them up. Get them to cover the fucking collaborative effort that the Portland Police Department engages in with the Proud Boys. You have to like stop just disrupting them head on. You know? I saw the Todd. Okay, here.
President Biden facing criticism.
Peter Doocy asked the White House, what's so funny after Biden
after
Afghanistan
speaking first
joke?
about a spending bill up on Capitol Hill and then Afghanistan during his speech we brought you yesterday. Today, the president had a new focus, and it wasn't the U.S. withdrawal as the race to meet his self-imposed August 31st deadline quickly approaches. White House correspondent Peter Doocy joins us from the North Lawn with that. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett. Officials here like to boast that right now the Pentagon is pulling off what may be the largest airlift in history. But there have been several critical days of this operation that the commander-in-chief hasn't wanted to talk about it as the world watches.
I've made this a priority for my administration from the outset.
He was talking about cybersecurity. No talk about Afghanistan policy, aside from this punchline.
Mr. President, if Americans are still in Afghanistan after the deadline, what will you do?
You'll be the first person I'll call.
So what's so funny?
Of course, it's a very important question. These are incredibly serious issues, and they're...
Dude, these guys like... Oh, fucking... Give me a break, dude. What's so funny, Mr. President? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, literally, shut the fuck up. They're such, like... Oh my god, dude. Oh my fucking god. The media, they're such like whiny little fucking worms, man. They're fucking. I'm losing my mind. I just like. What's so funny, Mr. President? People are dying. Like, bitch, you don't give a fuck. Behind closed doors, you're the type of dude that's literally like, yeah, we should fucking nuke Afghanistan. You know, kill all of those, like, kill all those people. All they know is fucking sand and war. Who gives a fuck? But then you're like, oh my God. Oh, like, I'm clutching my fucking pearls so hard. What's so funny, Mr. President? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Seriously, holy fuck. A sense of where the Senate Republicans are heading. Hawley, Blackburn both call for Biden to resign. Graham said impeach. Marshall is a caveat. President Biden must face the American people and address questions of how we will respond to this massacre, or he should resign immediately. Yeah, Biden should fucking face the American people. Yeah, pretty funny that they want to impeach him. Like, not gonna lie. Critical support to Joseph Robinette Biden, a anti-imperialist hero, at least in Afghanistan. Okay? I'm a fucking Biden bro, so, you know, I'm gonna be real toxic. Media's got Biden derangement syndrome, boys. That's right. They got fucking BDS. Biden derangement syndrome, baby. That's right, and you fucking know it. Damn, you turn into a heavy lib from exposure? Yes, dude. Liberalism is when you fucking defend the decision to pull out of Afghanistan instead of continuing 20 years of warfare that got us to this point to begin with. Yeah. Just say you're only aesthetically in the game, and that's it. I mean, I was also a Trump supporter when he wanted to fucking pull out of Afghanistan, so I don't know what you want from me. Which one is it? Am I a lib? Or am I worse, a Trump supporter? What's up, dude? Yeah, now that I have a house, like, you know. Scary thing about this media trend of Biden hatred is that it could lead to a ripple effect, resulting in an hourly ad break. Fuck you, dude. Actually, fuck you. You know what? Actually, fuck you. It could lead to a fucking ripple effect of top of the hour ad breaks coming in right now. If you like to no longer see the ads, though, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, which is a thing you can do, okay? That's a fucking thing you can do. If you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe, okay? You can subscribe for $5, or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, that is. Or you can use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Here's the ad now. Heard on the news people calling this Biden's Benghazi. Biden probably won't take questions. Yeah, no shot. Jen Psaki to brief reporters at 5:45 p.m. after Biden's speech, which suggests he's not likely to take questions after his remarks. Anyway. As many of you are aware, the U.S. service members and our allies are working. Our installation has been selected to support Task Force MDL. Our task force will provide housing, medical logistics, and transport for vulnerable Afghans as they begin to arrive in the United States over the upcoming days. Okay, why do you keep spamming this? Yeah, dude. I will defend Joe. I will defend Joe Biden.
Discussions
I'm
that are
riding
happening
with him.
internally.
As the clock ticks towards a final flight out of Kabul, the president's focus on domestic issues, including the Build Back Better agenda last night, is worrying some critics.
He was wasting precious time this week, burning the phones up, pressuring Democrats to vote for a $5 trillion spend.
Dude, that's so fucking... That is such... These people make me so mad. Demons, all of them. Fucking demons, dude. Listen, motherfucker, you can walk and chew gum at the same time, okay? It's important to continue applying domestic pressure, and these fucking pieces of shit are using dead American military and fucking 60 dead Afghan civilians as an opportunity to be like, yeah, we shouldn't do this infrastructure bill. Fuck you, dude. Oh my fucking God.
Spending bill and tax bill. That's what he was wasting time on.
It's not a waste of time, you fucking piece of shit. American infrastructure is important. It's still a fucking necessity. It's still gonna happen, okay? It still needs to happen. Oh my fucking God, they're disgusting. These people are such assholes, dude. They don't give a fuck. To say that today's loss of American lives in Kabul is sickening does not begin to do justice for what has happened is enraging. And Joe Biden is responsible. It's now clear beyond doubt that he neither has the capacity nor the will to lead. He must resign. Oh my God, dude. Oh, this
minute
is
of
great.
his days should be getting all Americans out.
The top Democrat in Congress still backs Biden.
The judgment about leaving is a judgment that the president has made. I trust his judgment.
Republicans, including some who served, don't.
But we are on the cusp, Harris, of having the biggest mass hostage situation in American history. It's going to make 1979 in Tehran look like a sleepover.
After the president's deadline to leave, the Taliban may remain U.S. partners.
If it makes good on its commitments to allow people who want to leave Afghanistan.
Of course they're gonna fucking... This is Trump's deal. This is literally Trump's deal. This is Trump's deal. They're all fucking crying about Trump's deal that Biden is continuing on. Josh Hawley back in April. President Biden should withdraw troops in Afghanistan by May 1st of the Trump administration plan, but better late than never. It's time for this forever war to end. Of course, dude. Of course. Fuck. I hate this so much. Like, it's not only fucking Trump's evacuation plan that's being followed on. It's also the correct thing to do. Okay, adding additional military there, is psychotic, and I bet Joe Biden will probably fucking cave.
Afghanistan to leave, that's a government we can work with.
But that could conflict with a long-standing foreign policy tradition. Why haven't we heard the president say the United States does not negotiate with terrorists? Is that still the U.S. policy?
Well, of course it is, Peter, but I would also say...
Oh, Jan Psaki should literally be like, one man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter, bitch. Why does Fox News keep posting about fucking Proud Boys as though they're honorable Americans when they're literally white supremacist terrorists? Why? Because they fucking ideologically align with them. The American government has always had a history of negotiating with terrorists. Terrorism is a completely political term that is absolutely meaningless that we designate to our fucking... that we designate the non-state actors, and even in some instances state actors, as long as like we want to fucking destroy habeas corpus and rob them of any sort of fucking humanity and literally just fucking lock them forever, okay, and torture them like previous fucking administrations did, maybe even this one, who knows, okay? That's it. That's what terrorism is, okay? It's not to say that this administration aligns ideologically with the Taliban. Republicans do, okay? But, you know, and they're openly doing that. But it's more so that, like, this is now the Afghan government. This is now the Afghan government, thankfully, thanks to the incredible work that the Trump administration prior put together. So if you have a fucking problem with that, then, you know, take it up with your fucking president that some of your audience still thinks is the current president.
To say that there's a reality that the Taliban is currently controlling large swaths of Afghanistan. That is a reality on the ground.
So they say they don't negotiate with terrorists. What they do is they have active discussions with the Taliban. And officials claim they haven't given anything to Taliban leaders. They don't see this as a quid pro.
Dog, we don't negotiate with terrorists. We just arm them. Okay? And we drum up support for an insurrection. And then when they decide to, like, turn those arms towards us, then they're terrorists and we can't negotiate with them so that we can engage in active conflict. Ultimately, 20 years after that happens, you finally deliver the entirety of the country back to them with a fucking gift wrap. And then you go back to the we don't negotiate with terrorist position that led us to this situation in the first place. Perhaps we should have negotiated with the terrorists in the form of the Taliban in 2001, in which case we could have fucking gotten Osama bin Laden when he was under their control, okay? And we didn't need to do the 20-year fucking war that cost like $2 trillion and endless amounts of fucking civilian lives. This dumbass, dude. We don't negotiate with terrorists. The irony is that we don't negotiate with terrorists originally came from the George W. Bush administration literally telling the Taliban, we don't care if you want to give us here, where's Joe Biden starting? Someone send me a link instead of fucking screeching that he's starting, okay? If you're just gonna fucking scream about Joe Biden, like, starting and not actually show me the fucking video. Oh, he's not even starting yet. Okay. Yeah, he's not even live yet. Of course he's late. Of course he's late. It's Biden, Jack. He needs to get his fucking... Oh, we don't negotiate with terrorists from, like, Reagan. Every president prior has said some form of that. But the popular iteration of we don't negotiate with terrorists with respect to the fucking Taliban literally comes from George W. Bush saying we don't negotiate with terrorists when the Taliban was like, we'll give you Osama bin Laden, but there are conditions to our release of Osama bin Laden. Okay?
Vote. Well, first of all, there's no elegant way to lose a war. We lost this war 15 years ago. All Joe Biden was doing is telling us what time it is.
I fucking hate James Carville, but, like, every now and then he has a decent take, and I think this is one of them, apparently.
And the hysterical and stupid coverage of the mainstream press, it's been awful. Just read New York. Vote. Well, first of all, there's no elegant way to lose a war. We lost this war 15 years ago. All Joe Biden was doing...
We lost this war 15 years ago.
...is telling us what time it is. And the hysterical and stupid coverage of the mainstream press, it's been awful. Just read New York.
Vote. He is right about the media. I can't believe it, but he's right. He's a psycho, but he's right. Afghanistan isn't the end of America's forever wars. The Couch Report? What the fuck is this?
We begin tonight.
Okay, don't be mean, man. It takes Biden a couple minutes to get out of his sensory deprivation chamber and take his adrenochrome and go pills. I fucking hate James Carville so much. Yeah, literally the worst person you know made a good point. In the run-up to the 20th anniversary of 9/11, Donald Trump is doing interviews with conservative media, in this case Hugh Hewitt, suggesting Osama bin Laden wasn't that big of a deal and wasn't a monster. What? And we took out the founder, ISIS al-Baghdadi, and then, of course, Soleimani. Now, just so you understand, Soleimani's bigger by many, many times than Osama bin Laden. The founder of ISIS is bigger by many, many times al-Baghdadi than Osama bin Laden. Oh my God, he's saying that because... Bro, he's literally saying that because Obama killed Osama bin Laden, so he doesn't want to give that to him. Oh my God, he's so funny. Dude, I love Trump. How are you not going to love Trump when he says stuff like this, dude? That's hilarious, bro. The founder of ISIS is many, many times bigger al-Baghdadi than Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden had one hit, and it was a bad one in New York City, the World Trade Center. But these other two guys were monsters. They were monsters. Osama, not a monster. That's awesome. Okay, Azkaban, we fucking get it, but still, what evidence would Bush have handed over to the Taliban? I don't fucking know, but that means that there could have been a fucking negotiations process instead of what George W. Bush decided to do, okay? Osama technically wasn't a one-hit wonder, okay? There were many targets, unless he thinks that Osama bin Laden only hit, one, and, the Tower 7 fell on his own, and the Pentagon didn't happen. Maybe he's a truther. Maybe he's a 9/11 truther, you know what I mean? But, he did fucking say, literally, that his tower... it's really terrible. It's absolutely terrible, believe me, that 9/11 happened. But also, good things came out of it, Now, my tower is the biggest tower, believe me. Very good. It's very good. I have the biggest tower in all of Manhattan, in, the finance district in Wall Street, believe me. Okay. So. So, let's, someone said, careful, don't go to the Daily Mail. There's gore on the front page. As if I would ever go to the Daily Mail, let alone the front page. You know what I mean? Oh man, that's my favorite website that I go to. My favorite news outlet. Fuck. What will I do now? Okay, we are currently waiting on
to get everyone out
Joseph
as quickly
Robinette.
as possible. So in tonight's speech, will we be hearing anything differently from him on that? There are ongoing threats all around that airport, as was mentioned by General McKenzie today at the Pentagon. He said that there are a stream of threats that they are currently monitoring. So what President Biden shares, in addition to what we heard from General McKenzie, will be really critical in terms of information that we are getting from the ground there. In addition to this, what we heard during the Pentagon briefing earlier was from General McKenzie saying that, quote, he thought that this would happen sooner or later, saying that it was a tragic loss of life, these 12 U.S. service members and the dozens that we know so far, civilians that were killed in these attacks. Biden, during his last speech regarding Afghanistan, really doubled down on his decision to withdraw troops in the way that he did it. And following that, in interviews with cable news networks, we heard him continue to defend his position. And one thing that we will be really looking for today in this speech, of course, very different circumstances with this extremely consequential attack in Afghanistan, is whether or not that tone changes. We are used to seeing President Biden as he has been called the empathizer in chief, and we didn't see as much of that tone in the last speech that he gave on Afghanistan. So will he be more empathetic in tone, and how will he come off in this speech is one of the big things that I will be watching for. Rhonda?
Be back.
Thanks for that, Joyce. I want to bring in Washington Post White House reporter Annie Linsky and columnist James Hohman. Welcome to you both. Annie, let's start with you. Marine General Kenneth McKenzie Jr., the commander of U.S. Central Command, said the attack at the airport was a failure somewhere, given that a suicide bomber got close enough to the U.S. service members to kill 11 Marines and a Navy corpsman. Where was the failure?
Well, I think, there's sort of layers of failure to discuss and levels of failure that will be unpacked in the coming weeks and months. I listened to that briefing very closely. It does seem as though the bomber got through, as you point out, several layers of Taliban security before they were able to approach the U.S. service members. So one of the biggest questions that has been we've been putting to the White House all afternoon and will continue to do so is whether or not the United States was wise in deciding to trust the Taliban with any piece of the security operation for American troops and American civilians trying to get out. And that right now is the key focus. But I think that this moment, there have been many, many failures that led up to this particular failure.
And Annie, I also want to ask you a little bit about the behind the scenes today at the White House. This was not what they had planned to talk about today. It certainly likely caught them off guard, even though there was intelligence last night that some sort of attack could be imminent there. Could you tell us a little bit about how the White House team is handling this speech? What points do they want to bring across to Americans tonight?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the president today was supposed to meet for the first time in the White House with Israel's new prime minister, Bennett. And that bilateral meeting with one of our top allies in the Mideast, I might add, was delayed a day, and that it was going to happen tomorrow because that meeting was scheduled sort of just in the aftermath of this event. And so that schedule, of course, the president's schedule has been completely rejiggered and refocused on Afghanistan. Also, the vice president's schedule has changed too. She is flying back from her trip to Asia, and in Hawaii now. She was planning to go to California to fundraise, to do a campaign event for Gavin Newsom, the governor there, and that has been taken off of her schedule, and she's instead flying directly back to Washington.
Campaign,
so
fundraise,
there
same
absolutely
shit.
has been a kind of last minute scramble to get the world's leaders up to speed, and they're obviously monitoring these events quite closely. But that has been the story of the last 2 weeks or so at the White House. This is a time that Biden was supposed to be on vacation. Plans had been drawn up for cabinet secretaries to fan out
not his
across
vacation.
the country and sell the infrastructure deal that that's moving forward. And that was the message for late August. So sort of at every level here, whether it's kind of from the broader picture to exactly today, there has just been an absolute scramble. And this is a White House in crisis. This is a White House that is not controlling a narrative at all. It's a White House that is responding, day to day, and in this case, hour to hour, to events on the ground that they have very little and really to lessening control of.
And James, I want to bring you in. Let's just talk about the big picture here. How significant was this attack today? How does this sort of change the game, especially when we're talking about these evacuations that need to be wrapped up in a matter of days?
Well, Rhonda, they need to be wrapped up in a matter of days because that's the deadline that President Biden set, August 31st. And the reason originally he had set the deadline of September 11th and then changed that under pressure. But I think the bigger picture is that the president and the White House thought that this period was going to be a victory lap, that the president would be following through.
I was wondering, since this girl is so boring, let's do something else. I want to play video games. Dude, are we like, how many 12-year-olds are in my fucking audience lately? Like, it's wonderful that this community is growing and there's young people that are like interested in learning about politics, but it's also incredibly fucking weird when I have like literal 12-year-olds who are like, like, President Biden is not on immediately. We have to stop this. I'm so bored. Like, It's just like chill, okay? Like, we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to other shit. I want to, first of all, I want to see what the fuck's going on here. Apparently, people are doing scams with COVID vaccines. Apparently, there is unvaccinated to appear vaccinated. There's like they're selling
vaccine
cards.
Readily available. More and more businesses are requiring their employees be vaccinated, and to prove that, they need a vaccination card. Now, this is a problem for people who don't want to be vaccinated, and there's some people out there who are turning this into a business opportunity. Meet 5-star Jazzy. She has over 300,000 followers on Instagram and quite a few hustles. You'll notice in her description, founder of Anti-Vax Mama 2. Yeah, that's because Anti-Vax Mama, her original account, got deleted, and I suspect it's because she posted stuff like this. Advertising that she's selling fake COVID-19 vaccine cards for $200 a pop, but they'll have real lot numbers on them. Now, she's continuing this from her new account and even from her main account. She posted this the other day, explaining that she has a backlog of messages and also that she's looking to expand her team. So if you have computer access at hospitals or CVS, DM me ASAP. Now, that led me to believe that she's either stealing existing lot numbers and putting them on the cards, or she's getting someone to enter people into the system that haven't been vaccinated to generate their own lot numbers. But I didn't want to make assumptions, so I decided to message her and ask. I told her I work at a Walgreens. She said to text her ASAP. She asked if I had access to enter the vaccine information into the system, and then asked because I'm in Florida, how do people verify here that they're in the system, because in New York they have an app. And the person she has in New York doing this can provide the numbers that the people can check in the app. I explained in Florida we have a site you can do that on and asked what exactly she needed. She told me she provides the person's name, date of birth, address, the vaccination date, asked if I can backdate them, and then has me enter them into the system to generate lot numbers. So I would enter them in the system as if they had just received the vaccine, which they have not. But the system would believe that they have. And if someone checked those lot numbers, it would say their name. That made me curious how many people were doing this. She told me the woman in New York that's doing it for her, she's given $100 a person. She's doing at least 30 people a day. And that woman's making $10,000 a week. Do the math on that. On how many people are walking around with legal documents saying they're vaccinated, and they are not. She also asked if I could provide her COVID-19 cards. Now you may ask, why would someone take the risk and do something like this? Well, it seems in her case it's at least due in part to the fact that she believes that the vaccines are sterilizing children as part of the gay agenda. Now, she's not going to be doing this any longer. The FBI's already been involved. But when I hear people say things like, why bother getting the vaccine?
Like, that person has to go to jail, bro. Like, are you fucking kidding me? We are so fucked. I hate this. Dude, I literally hate this country. I'm sorry. We are the dumbest fucking country on the planet, dude. I mean, we are. We are so fucking stupid.
People are getting COVID who are fully vaccinated. I have to wonder, are they?
This shit is absolutely preposterous, dude. Is that not considered fraud in this country? Because it is. It's like multitudes of different things that are illegal. Bring back capital punishment for a day special occasion? No, this is ridiculous. But like, I mean, it really is. It is. I don't know, man. I actually don't know what to say about this. Like, let's like look at some fun shit. I can't. I don't want to. It just bums me out when I see how fucking stupid Americans are, dude. It literally. People turn around and be like, the FDA is fake. The big pharma is trying to make money off of our deaths. And then you're literally doing that. Like, you are actually doing what you claim the FDA and big pharma are doing. Okay. I love that. I love when people say. I love when people say, like, big pharma is, like, fucking trying to, you know, do this thing. And then, I'm just going to tweet it. Hold on. The Scottish comic turned to a groveling apology after claiming Edinburgh is nae Scotland. Oh, yeah. Limmy. Oh,
100,000.
It's like, how can you be so disgusting, dude? Just post titties on OnlyFans, dumbass. The fuck is wrong with you? Why can't you just literally sell titty pics? Like, there's nothing bad about that. You know what I mean? You're not harming anyone. Just literally, just do OnlyFans. DM for religious exemption letters. Founder of Anti-Vax Mama, too. Black market for fake COVID-19 vaccination cards are flourishing. People hoping to get around the pandemic restrictions related to vaccination status are having an easy time securing fake cards. That's great, man. Looking back at the eradication of polio. Sorry to be the one to tell you, but your expensive house purchase has been outdone by Daquan and Hamlin's joining NRG and having a content house. Yeah, I saw this. But it's in fucking Nevada, so it doesn't count. The Doom House.
We're back. And welcome to the NRG Doom House, baby. And we brought the gang.
These two are like really close friends with Myth, right? I don't know anything about them. I don't know anything about them at all. But if they're fucking tight with Ali, then they're good people. They're my people too. All right? That's all I got to say.
We back and we taking over. Yes, sir. What's up, everybody? We are back, and we are in the NRG Doom House, baby.
Yes, sir.
This is a 24,000 square foot estate.
And we call this house a Doom House because it's a term we made up on stream. One day some music was blaring. Doom, dum, 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 dum. Something came to my head. This shit, doom, man. Hey, so we made it happen, worked with NRG, man, and made this whole thing come true, bro. We got a lot of things planned. We got fucking podcasts coming,
yes,
all
sir.
types of content.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be crazy, man. We wanna make it something you guys never seen before, bring some excitement to your life and bring some happiness, baby.
Exactly, bro. And this content is not gonna stop, baby.
Yes.
It's gonna keep going and going and going, baby.
And it's different than it used to be. We got 12 motherfuckers here, 12 people. And I know it's a lot for you guys, so what we want you to do is go down in the description and hit all of them motherfuckers with Twitter follows, because if you do,
so these guys are what do you call it? They're old content creators. Like, apparently they're fucking legends. I don't know anything about them, but apparently they used to play Fortnite with Myth, and now they are like, I mean, it's like little kids love them. Like, apparently they're still, like, their videos are still watched by like little kids all around, you know. They still watch like old videos and stuff. They just like kind of went away for mental health complications, both of them, and they didn't stream for an entire year, and that's why it's a big deal. Like, that's why it's a huge deal for a lot of people. Apparently Biden is not on yet. Shut the fuck up. He's coming now. Why aren't they showing Biden walking up?
Oh, we'll go to President Biden right now.
This evening in Kabul, as you all know, terrorists attacked that we've been talking about and worried about, that the intelligence community has assessed, has undertaken an attack by a group known as ISIS-K. Took the lives of American service members standing guard at the airport and wounded several others seriously. He had also wounded a number of civilians, and civilians were killed as well. I've been engaged all day in constant contact with the military commanders here in Washington, the Pentagon, as well as in Afghanistan and Doha. And my commanders here in Washington in the field have been on this with great detail, and you've had a chance to speak to some so far. The situation on the ground is still evolving, and I'm constantly being updated. These American service members who gave their lives, it's an overused word, but it's totally appropriate here, were heroes. Heroes who've been engaged in a dangerous, selfless mission to save the lives of others. They're a part of an airlift, an evacuation effort unlike any seen in history, with more than 100,000 American citizens, American partners, Afghans who helped us, and others taken to safety in the last 11 days. Just in the last 12 hours or so, another 7,000 have gotten out. They were part of the bravest, most capable, the most selfless military on the face of the earth. And they're part of simply what I call the backbone of America. They're the spine of America, the best the country has to offer. Jill and I, our hearts ache, like I'm sure all of you do as well, for all those Afghan families who lost loved ones, including small children, or been wounded in this vicious attack. And we're outraged as well as heartbroken. Being the father of an Army major who served for a year in Iraq and before that was in Kosovo as a U.S. attorney for the better part of 6 months in the middle of a war. When he came home after a year in Iraq,
this just sucks.
was diagnosed, like many, many coming home, with an aggressive and lethal cancer of the brain. We lost. We have some sense, like many of you do, what the families of these brave heroes are feeling today. You get this feeling like you're being sucked into a black hole in the middle of your chest. There's no way out. My heart aches for you. But I know this. We have a continuing obligation.
This is why he is the
sacred
he's the
obligation.
griefer in chief,
All
dude.
of you.
He's grieving hard as fuck right now.
Families of those heroes. That obligation is not temporary, it lasts forever. The lives we lost today were lives given in the service of liberty, the service of security, the service of others, in the service of America. Like their fellow brothers and sisters in arms who died defending our vision and our values in the struggle against terrorism. Of the fallen this day, they're part of a great and noble company of American heroes. To those who carried out this attack, as well as anyone who wishes America harm, know this: we will not forgive. We will not forget. We will hunt you down and make you pay. I will defend our interests and our people with every measure at my command. Over the past few weeks, I know many of you are probably tired of hearing me say it. We've been made aware by our intelligence community that the ISIS-K, an arch enemy, the Taliban, people who were freed when both those prisons were opened, has been planning a complex set of attacks on the United States personnel and others. This is why, from the outset, I've repeatedly said this mission was extraordinarily dangerous, and why I've been so determined to limit the duration of this mission. As General McKenzie said, this is why our mission was designed, this is the way it was designed to operate. Operate under severe stress and attack. We've known that from the beginning. And as I've been in constant contact with our senior military leaders, and I mean constant, round the clock, and our commanders on the ground and throughout the day, they made it clear that we can and we must complete this mission, and we will. And that's what I've ordered them to do. We will not be deterred by terrorists. We will not let them stop our mission. We will continue the evacuation. I've also ordered my commanders to develop operational plans to strike ISIS-K assets, leadership, and facilities. We will respond with force and precision at our time, at the place we choose, in a moment of our choosing. Here's what you need to know. These ISIS terrorists will not win. We will rescue the Americans in there. We will get our Afghan allies out, and our mission will go on. America will not be intimidated, and I have the utmost confidence in our brave service members who continue to execute this mission with courage and honor to save lives and get Americans, our partners, our Afghan allies out of Afghanistan. Every day when I talk to our commanders, I ask them what they need. What more do they need, if anything, to get the job done? As they will tell you, I granted every request. I reiterated to them today on 3 occasions that they should take the maximum steps necessary to protect our forces on the ground in Kabul. And I also want to thank the Secretary of Defense and the military leadership of the Pentagon and all the commanders in the field.
He's not saying he's escalating troop presence, so
that's unanimity
good.
From every commander on the objectives of this mission and the best way to achieve those objectives. Those who have served through the ages have drawn inspiration from the book of Isaiah, when the Lord says, "Whom shall I send? Who shall go for us?" The American military has been answering for a long time. "Here I am, Lord, send me. Here I am, send me."
Yeah, okay, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Each one of these women and men of our armed forces are the heirs of that tradition of sacrifice, of volunteering to go in harm's way, to risk everything, not for glory, not for profit, but to defend what we love and the people we love.
Yeah, that's the theory, in theory, but it is literally for glory and profit. It's for blood and soil.
For all those in uniform and out, uniform, military and civilian, who have given the last full measure of devotion.
That's it? What's going on? What is happening, dude? Oh, it's a moment of silence. Oh, okay.
Thank you. May God bless you all, and may God protect the troops and all those standing watch for America. We have so much to do. It's within our capacity to do it. We just have to remain steadfast. Steadfast. We will complete our mission, and we will continue after our troops have withdrawn to find means by which we can find any American who wishes to get out of Afghanistan. We will find them and we will get them out. Ladies and gentlemen, they gave me a list here. The first person I was instructed to call on was Kelly O'Donnell of NBC.
You have said leaving Afghanistan is in the national interest of the United States. After today's attack, do you believe you will authorize additional forces to respond to that attack inside Afghanistan? And are you prepared to add additional forces to protect those Americans who remain on the ground carrying out the evacuation operation?
I've instructed the military, whatever they need, if they need additional force, I will grant it. But the military, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the commanders in the field, have all contacted me one way or another, usually by letter, saying they subscribe to the mission as designed, to get as many people out as we can within the time frame that is allotted. That is the best way, they believe, to get as many Americans out as possible and others. And with regard to finding, tracking down the ISIS leaders who ordered this. We have some reason to believe we know who they are, not certain, and we will find ways of our choosing without large military operations to get them, wherever they are. Trevor, Reuters.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been some criticism, even from people in your
I love when
party,
people like
about
impeach
the
this guy, like he has
dependence
any
on the
say
Taliban
on
to
what's going
secure
on.
the perimeter of the airport.
This motherfucker doesn't even know what's happening around him right now, dude.
Made in that regard.
No, I don't. Look, I think General McKenzie handled this question very well. The fact is that we're in a situation, we inherited a situation, particularly since, as we all know, that the Afghan military collapsed 11 days before, in 11 days, that it is in the interest of, as McKenzie said, in the interest of the Taliban, that in fact ISIS-K does not metastasize beyond what it is, number one. And number two, it's in their interest that we are able to leave on time, on target. And as a consequence of that, the major things we've asked them, moving back the perimeter, giving more space between the wall, stopping vehicles from coming through, etc., searching people coming through. It is not what you'd call a tightly commanded, regimented operation like the U.S. is, the military is, but they're acting in their interest. And so, by and large, and I've asked this same question to military on the ground, whether or not it's a useful exercise, no one trusts them. We're just counting on their self-interest to continue to generate their activities. And it's in their self-interest that we leave when we said, and that we get as many people out as we can. Like I said, even in the midst of everything happened today, over 7,000 people we've gotten out, over 5,000 Americans over. So it's not a matter of trust, it's a matter of mutual self-interest. And but there is no evidence thus far that I've been given as a consequence by any of our commanders in the field that there has been collusion between the Taliban and ISIS in carrying out what happened today, both in front of the hotel and what is expected to continue for beyond today. Amir, Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have spoken, again, powerfully about your own son and the weight of these decisions. With that in mind, and also what you've said, that the longer we stay, the more likelihood that there would be a major attack. How do you weigh staying even one more day, considering what's happened?
Because I think what America says matters. What we say we're going to do in the context in which we say we're going to do it, that we do it, unless something exceptional changes. There are additional American citizens, there are additional green card holders, there are additional personnel of our allies, there are additional SIV card holders, there are additional Afghans that have helped us, and there are additional groups of individuals that have been contacted us from women's groups to NGOs and others who have expressly indicated they want to get out and have gathered in certain circumstances in groups, on buses and other means, that still presents the opportunity for in the next several days between now and the 31st to be able to get them out. And our military, and I believe, to the extent that we can do that knowing the threat, knowing that we may very well have another attack, the military has concluded that's what we should do. I think they're right. I think they're correct. And after that, we're going to be in a circumstance where will be, I believe, numerous opportunities to continue to provide access for additional persons to get out of Afghanistan, either through means that we provide and or are provided through in cooperation with the Taliban. They're not good guys, the Taliban. I'm not suggesting that at all. But they have keen interest. As many of you have been reporting, they very much would like to figure out how to keep the airport open. They don't have the capacity to do it. They very much are trying to figure out whether or not they can maintain what is a portion of an economy that has become not robust, but fundamentally different than it had been. And so there's a lot of reasons why they have reached out, not just to us, but to others, as to why it would be continued in their interest to get more of the personnel we want to get out. We can locate them. Now, there's not many left that we can assess that want to come out. There's some Americans we've identified, we've contacted the vast majority of them, not all of them, who don't want to leave because they're dual nationals, they have extended families, etc. And there's others who are looking for the time. So that's why we continue. I'll take a few more questions, and but you, sir.
I wanted to ask you,
okay.
You say that what America says matters. What do you say to the Afghans who helped troops who may not be able to get out by August 31st?
I say we're going to continue to try to get you out. It matters. Look, I know of no conflict, as a student of history, no conflict where when a war was ending, one side was able to guarantee that everyone they wanted to be extracted from that country would get out. And think about it, folks. I think it's important. I know the American people get this in their gut. There are, I would argue, millions of Afghani citizens who are not Taliban, who did not actively cooperate with us as SIVs, who, if given a chance, they'd be on board a plane tomorrow. It sounds ridiculous, but the vast majority of people in communities like that want to come to America, given a choice. So getting every single person out can't be guaranteed by anybody because there's a determination all who wants to get out as well. At any rate, it's a process. I was really pointing to you, but you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are reports that U.S. officials provided the Taliban with names of Americans and Afghan officials to evacuate. Were you aware of that? Did that happen? And then, sir, did you personally reject a recommendation to hold or to recapture Bagram Air Force Base?
Here's what I've done. Let's answer the last question first. On the tactical questions of how to conduct an evacuation or a war, I gather up all the major military personnel that are in Afghanistan, the commanders, as well as the Pentagon. And I ask for their best military judgment. What would be the most efficient way to accomplish the mission? They concluded, the military, that Bagram was not much value added, that it was much wiser to focus on Kabul. And so I followed that recommendation. With regard to, there are certain circumstances where we've gotten information, and quite frankly, sometimes from some of you, saying you know of such and such a group of people or trying to get out, they're on a bus, they're moving from other people. And this is their location. And there have been occasions when our military has contacted their military counterparts in the Taliban and said, this, for example, this bus is coming through with X number of people on it, made up of the following group of people. We want you to let that bus or that group through. So yes, there have been occasions like that. And to the best of my knowledge, in those cases, the bulk of that has occurred, they've been let through. But I can't tell you with any certitude that there's actually been a list of names. I know there may have been, but I know of no circumstance. It doesn't mean it didn't exist. That here's the names of 12 people, they're coming, let them through. It could very well have happened. I'll take one more question. Wait. Let me take the one question from the most interesting guy that I know in the press. That's you.
Mr. President, there had not been a U.S. service member killed in combat in Afghanistan since February of 2020. You set a deadline, you pulled troops out, you sent troops back in, and now 12 Marines are dead. You said the buck stops with you. Do you bear any responsibility for the way that things have unfolded in the last 2 weeks?
I bear responsibility for fundamentally all that's happened of late. But here's the deal. You know, I wish you'd one day say these things, you know as well as I do that the former president made a deal with the Taliban that he would get all American forces out of Afghanistan by May 1. In return, the commitment was made, and that was a year before. In return, he was given a commitment that the Taliban would continue to attack others, but would not attack any American forces. Remember that? I'm being serious. I'm asking you a question. Because before
he's fucking nailing this, dude.
I'm asking you a question.
Absolutely nailing this.
Is that accurate, to the best of your knowledge?
Like the entire fucking interview, the entire conversation. I mean, he's very slow.
That people have an issue with pulling out of Afghanistan.
Oh, God.
The way that things have
But he's fucking murdering it.
I think they have an issue that people are likely to get hurt. Some, as we've seen, have gotten killed, and that it is messy. The reason why, whether my friend will acknowledge it or has reported it, the reason why there were no attacks on Americans, as you said, from the date until I came into office, was because the commitment was made by President Trump, I will be out by May 1st. In the meantime, you agree not to attack any Americans. That was the deal. That's why no American was attacked.
A few days ago, you said you squarely stand by your decision to pull out.
Yes, I do, because look at it this way, folks, and I have another meeting for real. But imagine where we'd be if I had indicated on May the 1st I was not going to renegotiate an evacuation date. We were going to stay there. I'd have only one alternative: pour thousands of more troops back into Afghanistan to fight a war that we had already won relative to why the reason we went in the first place. I have never been of the view that we should be sacrificing American lives to try to establish a democratic government in Afghanistan, a country that has never once in its entire history been a united country and is made up, I don't mean this in a derogatory, made up of different tribes who have never, ever, ever gotten along with one another. And so, as I said before, and this is the last comment I'll make, we'll have more chance to talk about this, unfortunately, beyond, because we're not out yet. If Osama bin Laden, as well as al-Qaeda, had chosen to launch an attack when they left Saudi Arabia out of Yemen, would we have ever gone to Afghanistan? Even though the Taliban completely controlled Afghanistan at the time, would we have ever gone? I know it's not fair to ask you questions, it's rhetorical, but raise your hand if you think we should have gone and given up thousands of lives and tens of thousands of wounded. Our interest in going was to prevent al-Qaeda from reemerging, first to get bin Laden, wipe out al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, prevent that from happening again. As I've said 100 times, terrorism is metastasized around the world. We have greater threats coming out of other countries, a heck of a lot closer to the United States. We don't have military encampments there. We don't keep people there. We have over-the-horizon capability to keep them from going after us. Ladies and gentlemen, it was time to end a 20-year war. Thank you so much.
A somber president on a difficult day for Americans at home and abroad. I'm Rhonda Colvin, and you are watching a special report from the newsroom of the Washington Post.
Boss man
For those
Biden,
of you
dude.
catching up on today's headlines,
Absolutely.
U.S. Central Command said today
Boss man
that
Biden
12 US
shit.
service
Frame
members were
held,
killed and 15
Sigma
injured
behavior,
in two suicide
absolutely
bombings
dumpstered,
detonated bombs
absolutely
outside
dumpstered.
Kabul
Now we're gonna
Airport.
wait on
President Biden's address
fucking
tonight
Psaki
expressed sorrow
to talk
and
about it
pledged
as
payback.
well.
The president
Really
also
good
expressed a
overall.
commitment to
I was
continue
very
the
happy with his reaction. I was very happy with the things that he said, like the original posturing and like the fucking Bible quote and whatever. The most interesting guy in the end was
that
Ducey's
was
son.
a balancing act.
More like douchey, am I right?
On one hand, you
Here,
had
let's hear from
President
them
Biden
for a second. I'm like cooking. I'm gonna
showing
be here in
a
a
more
second.
empathetic, somber tone, holding a moment of silence for the U.S. service members and their families. And then on the other hand, we got a very aggressive, direct, sort of strongly worded version of Biden on the second part of his speech before he opened it up to questions. He started his remarks by talking about the 12 service members who were killed in today's bomb attacks and the 15 service members who were injured. And he called them, quote, heroes, saying that they are the backbone of this country, the best that America has to offer, and also offering his condolences to those families, saying that he knows what it feels like to lose someone. He then went on to have a message for ISIS-K, the terrorist group that he says is responsible for this attack. He said very pointedly to those who carried out this attack, quote, "We will not forgive, we will not forget, we will hunt you down and make you pay." He went on to say that, quote, "We will not be deterred by terrorists and that the mission will continue." He ended the questioning that he was in at the end of this speech. He ended that by saying that it was time to end a 20-year war, and that really harkened back to the last speech that he gave on Afghanistan a week ago, where he doubled down on his decision to pull out U.S. troops in the way that he went about it. It sort of left some questions because he did not talk about whether or not he would be extending this August 31st deadline of when all U.S. troops are apparently supposed to be out of Afghanistan by. And that really left some questions up in the air, especially as the Pentagon today, Rhonda, said that there are, quote, extremely active threats that they are monitoring, and including potential suicide car bombers, that they are trying to expand the territory around the Kabul airport, talking to the Taliban to try to negotiate that. So there are a lot of questions still after this speech, but really a balancing act in tone from President Biden tonight. Rhonda?
Yeah, and let's bring in Post columnist James Hohman. James, what were your takeaways from that speech? As Joyce mentioned there, it was a little bit of a different tone. We've heard the president for the last 2 weeks say that he is sticking with this deadline, that he is committed to getting all Americans and our allies out, but we're leaving, and that he has stood by that. And of course, he said it again today, but it was a different tone, not a different stance, but a different tone.
Absolutely, Rhonda, and you were right going in that he would vow retribution, take a hard line, say that we're going to give no quarter to ISIS-K, essentially say that the U.S. is going to be attacking ISIS-K targets. But it felt like he was trying to have it both ways, in the sense, what Joyce called a balancing act is exactly right. He's trying to say the mission will go on, we're not going to be deterred by terrorism, but then also saying the mission is going to wrap up in basically the next 72 to 96 hours in the coming days, that he's going to follow this deadline. It was interesting that he went out of his way to say that he does not trust the Taliban, which is potentially a problematic thing for him. You saw him sort of deny some reporting that the Taliban has a list of who to let through at the checkpoints. Instead, he made the case that it's in the Taliban's self-interest to let Americans and our allies out, and that he's not trusting them. Ultimately, though, my takeaway from that press conference especially, which was pretty illuminating and a good window into what he's thinking, was that he is passing the buck on a lot of this. When he was asked by Steve Doocy, right at that final question, do you take responsibility? He said, of course I take responsibility, but, and then he went on to blame Donald Trump, to say that this was the generals, to say that this was an unwinnable war, and a host of other things that ultimately made it seem like he is not taking responsibility for this crisis on the ground in Kabul.
Joining me now is the Post's Dan Lamothe, who covers the U.S. military and the Pentagon. Thanks, Dan, for joining us. You've been closely covering the U.S. military for years. Talk to us a little bit about what you've seen in the past few weeks in terms of the stress this operation has put on the military.
It's an exceptional amount of stress put on the military. Just in terms of the sheer number of planes, people,
what a fucking
threats,
piece of shit, dude. What a fucking piece of shit. Fuck mainstream media so much. What a fucking dumbass, warmongering, bloodthirsty piece of fucking garbage. Oh, he took responsibility, but he actually didn't. He still blamed it. Like, suck my fucking cock. How dare you? How dare you get to fucking bully people exclusively because they're not fucking banging on the war drums as hard as you wanted them to? You fucking disgust me, dude. Fuck that op-ed person, okay? Suck my fucking dick, you fucking pathetic baboon. I'm not even listening to whatever the fuck Dan Lamothe is saying, but that piece of fucking garbage WAPO op-ed person, you go fucking drop into Afghanistan, you motherfucker, dude. Seriously. Seriously. Oh, the Greg Doocy was actually correct in asking a dumbass fucking question about, like, how, are you taking responsibility? What more do you want? The motherfucker took responsibility. You think Trump will ever take responsibility for anything? Shut the fuck up, dude. Fuck you. That's all I gotta say. I'm 100, dude, I am literally so fucking riding with Biden, and Biden is not even fucking funny right now, dude. It is literally unfunny how hard I'm fucking riding with Biden, okay? Straight up. Let's hear what fucking Chuck Todd had to say. It's gonna make me lose my fucking mind right now, but...
The terrorists we will hunt, offering a sacred obligation to the families and saying to the terrorists, we will hunt you down and we will make you pay. Let's go to Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, the president seemed to leave a door open for military action, but not necessarily adding troops right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He said he was willing to add more military troops to this effort in Afghanistan, but he said that his military commanders had said that they believed in the mission as it presently exists. As for that August 31st deadline, now just 5 days away, the president said that the U.S. would not be deterred in its effort to complete the mission by that date. But clearly the main headline that will come out of this is the president first praising the service and sacrifice of those 12 service members who gave their lives, describing it as a selfless act, calling them heroes, but also him saying that the U.S. will hunt down those responsible for this, indicating that they had some indications who was responsible, the masterminds behind this effort, this deadly attack that he has now blamed on ISIS-K, and beyond that, indicating that he does bear responsibility for all that is happening right now, but Lester saying he stands by his decision to end the war after 20 years in Afghanistan.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let me bring in NBC's Courtney Kuby from the Pentagon. Courtney, the mission goes on. In fact, not long after these attacks, we saw transports in the air continuing to carry out their mission. How long can they do that if, in fact, the president is still planning on this withdrawal?
So according to defense officials who we're speaking to here, they plan to continue to evacuate Americans and as many Afghans as possible until the U.S. military leaves. And what that's probably going to end up looking like, Lester, is some of these last flights that will go out on August 30th will have a combination of U.S. military and potentially some evacuees. But there's no question that today's attacks will throw a wrench and potentially cause a slowdown in the progress they've been making in getting those evacuees out. We heard from General Frank McKenzie, the commander of U.S. Central Command, right before President Biden spoke. He was asked about a couple of things you touched on with Peter, including saying at this point he does not need more troops, but he will need to begin bringing some of those troops out if they want to make that August 31st deadline. Both General McKenzie and President Biden making it clear that they still are planning to aim for that August 31st deadline to get all U.S. troops out of Afghanistan, Lester.
All right, Courtney, thank you. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in Doha, making his way there earlier today. Richard, the president touched on it. We've heard a little bit about maybe cooperation is too much of a word here, but the Taliban and the U.S. working to some extent to try to understand the threat.
I think cooperation is the word. President Biden was talking about specifically telling the Taliban about buses that need to go through and make their way to the airport. I've seen that in action. I've seen the Taliban working with a variety of international organizations, NGOs, other governments, the Qatari government, where they are in contact with diplomats, they are on contact with their cell phones, and they are coordinating shuttles through the city. They're coordinating safe passage. So I think partner is absolutely the way to describe it. It is a unusual relationship. Earlier we heard that now the U.S. is sharing limited intelligence with the Taliban. And if the United States is going to hunt down ISIS, they will.
Okay, first and foremost, let me just lay down a couple fucking rules, okay? The only reason why you would ever be surprised that, like, oh my God, now we have to put down our arms and fight side by side with the Taliban against ISIS is if you are a fucking dumbass neoliberal or a neocon and you see the world through an ideological lens rather than one that revolves around dialectical materialism specifically. Okay? Yes, the people that you were fighting yesterday are now your fucking allies because that's how it works. Okay? There is no like ideological reason for why you're fighting the Taliban and then the Taliban is fighting back against you. It's for power. It's for material necessity. It is not about fucking, oh, they hate us because they hate us. So, of course, if you're fed a healthy diet of imperialist, American exceptionist propaganda, then you are going to turn around and be like, I don't understand. These guys are bad guys and we're the good guys. What the fuck? Why are we friends now? Because that's how it works. Okay? That's just how it works. It's for fucking money, okay? The reason why you went there was literally just for money. Shut the fuck up. Sorry. A bit convenient that an ISIS separatist group is now in eastern Iran. Yeah, I know. It's a little sussy. It's a sussy little baka move, okay? It's a sussy little baka fucking move. But that's why people are, like, confused. They're like, what if these guys are fucking enemies? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, no. They're your enemies when you are staying there. Okay? They're your fucking enemies when you're there. Now they're your friends because there's a actual enemy that brings you guys together. Okay? Anyway, bullshit. The reason was not money. Yeah, no, totally. So that's one. Also, number fucking 2, Republicans are being openly racist on the timeline. Shocker. Shocker. ISIS was stooping to an attack in a city near you. They're already on planes on the way over as we speak, being referred to as refugees. Yeah, I mean, fuck those people. For the record, okay? That's the reason why, they are aligned now on the same interests. For the record, also, I was completely fucking right. Every single thing I said, Joe Biden also said. And he did a decent job overall of combating the fucking narrative. No escalation of war, no troop presence escalation. Good. Except for drone strikes, obviously. We'll see what happens ultimately. But this guy, Richard Engels, the guy that you see on your screen, is like a psychopath, dude. He is a bloodthirsty monster. It is deeply depressing to watch what could be the final Afghans loaded up and flying out of their country. Afghans without hope. Now millions live in fear, a humiliating end for the U.S. and Afghanistan. Like, this guy is constantly, like, he's not a journalist, dude. He is a propagandist, okay? He is not a fucking journalist. He is a propagandist. You are not doing actual journalism. If you're fucking so blinded by your own, like, sense of humiliation, sense of pride in the American imperialist machine, like, you are not a good person. You are a fucking bad person. You're a very bad person, okay? The worst thing that he did, though, was neglect to mention the top of the hour ad break. Sounds like you're describing yourself. I'm not a fucking journalist, you stupid, dumb, smooth-brained baboon dipshit. I am a fucking Twitch streamer who is absolutely biased, okay? And I admit those biases. I don't sit there and act like I'm doing Associated Press style fucking foreign war correspondence. You dumb moron. Please, dude. How do you remember to breathe every day? I bet you fucking have to remind yourself that you need to breathe manually half the goddamn time. You neck-bearded freak. Holy fucking shit.
We'll have a partner in the Taliban. The Taliban was already looking for ISIS. A lot of these fighters were in jail, and they managed to escape when Kabul collapsed. ISIS, they broke out of the jails. Taliban moved in to break out their fighters. Some criminals and Al-Qaeda and other extremists broke out at the same time. So while you have the Taliban in charge, the Taliban now has a terrorist problem. That's how things have developed in Kabul, but now they're working with the U.S. to try and speed up the evacuation. So it is a profoundly different security arrangement than we have ever seen in Afghanistan. Just a few weeks ago, the United States was bombing the Taliban. Now they are coordinating with the Taliban to evacuate people. And potentially,
this guy's so fucking horny, dude. I hate him. 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 All right, let's leave.
I think you also heard the president make clear
Psaki,
that there is not an end to our commitment to getting American.
Anyway, also, it's top of the fucking hour, bitches. It's time for a 60-second ad break, okay? Which I forgot to mention. And what that means is you can avoid those ads if you want to have free broadcasting experience. All you need to do is fucking subscribe, okay? And you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. I didn't run the ad break yet. I'm running it now. There it is. It's an ad break bomb, like a Psaki bomb, you know? You came in like a Psaki bomb.
He addressed this earlier this afternoon, and he made clear, and I understand your question is slightly different from that, but I think it's worth repeating and important to repeat, that we don't have any information at this point in time, and that has not changed over the last couple of hours to suggest that the Taliban had knowledge of or was engaged in or involved in this attack. Obviously, what happened today and the loss of lives of U.S. service members, of Afghans, is a tragedy, is horrific, is one of the worst things, if not the worst thing we have experienced during President Biden's time in office. But again, we don't have any additional assessment at this point in time. Go ahead.
I didn't actually end up running the ad last time.
He talked about the ongoing mission to get people out after the 31st. But to be clear, as of tonight, is it still the plan to get all U.S. forces out by August 31st?
Nothing has changed on that timeline.
Okay. Did the president, based on his public comments over the last few days, did the president see this coming?
Well, I think what you have seen the president say, and many members of our military and our national security team say, is that we have been closely watching and assessing the threat of ISIS-K, and that we have had increasing concern about that threat growing over the last couple of days. So this has been a concern that we have been watching, and we saw, of course, the tragic events happen today.
And what does today's attack say about the U.S.'s ability to keep the terrorist threat in check once the U.S. pulls off military forces out of Afghanistan? Because this is something he talked about in early July when he reiterated what the plan was.
You're right, and I appreciate that question. I think it's important for people to know and understand that the threat that is posed by having thousands of U.S. military on the ground, still currently on the ground, implementing a mission, committed to a mission, as you heard General McKenzie and the President also say, that is a threat. They are a target. People gathering around the airport, that is a threat, that is a target. But ISIS's ability to target individuals who are on the ground in Afghanistan is very different from ISIS's ability to attack the United States and attack the homeland. And we will maintain and continue over the horizon capacity with presence and partnership with countries in the region to ensure that they don't develop that ability.
Do you know yet if he would go to Dover to greet the caskets of those that were killed?
I'm certain the President will do everything he can to honor the sacrifice and the service of the lives who were lost today. I will note, you didn't ask this question, but some others have asked it, and he didn't have the opportunity to ask it, so let me provide or answer it to provide you an update on, I know some have asked about whether he's called the family members. And for those of you who have covered this, you know the process, but for those of you who have not, or people who are watching at home, the process would first go through the Pentagon. There is a next of kin notification process. I know General McKenzie spoke to this earlier today. That is the process that is still underway at this point in time. Until that process concludes, the President would not make a call because that's the first step in the process. And then in terms of additional steps such as Dover, of course, he would consider and want to be a part of any means of honoring the lives that were lost today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. General McKenzie described this, one of the explosions at the Abbey Gate happening at a point after someone had been searched by the Taliban. How is the United States still going to work with the
I hate this
Taliban the way that the President is describing? Or just
I hate this motherfucker so much, dude.
To get America.
The only reason why he's there is because his dad is literally a fucking Fox News commentator on the morning show.
Look, I'm not trying to sugarcoat what we think of the Taliban. The Taliban they're not a group we trust.
He's literally
they are
trying to
friends.
say like the Taliban is coordinating with ISIS, like they're doing it on purpose.
That the Taliban controls large swaths of Afghanistan, and to date, because of coordination with the Taliban, we've been able to 104,000 people, save 104,000 lives, and that coordination is necessary in order to continue our evacuation.
Douchey, man. His last name is Douchey.
I understand your question, Peter, and the questions of others on what they knew or what their
fucking
role was.
last name.
There's no
what more do you
assessment we
need?
have
That's
at
an
this point in
automatic
time
L, dude.
of
You
their
can't
involvement
be
in
a
this.
fucking journalist.
Obviously, that's
if your last name is Douchey.
If that changes, we will let you all know.
And does the President really think that they are going to be reliable partners if we're already getting reports that they're not letting Afghans to the airport and the U.S. is still at the airport?
Well, I think you mean after the 31st or moving over the next couple of days?
Well, we've heard that it's already happening. So does he think that's going to get
Well,
better?
I note also that, as the President just said, more than 7,000 people have been evacuated over the course of the last 12 hours. That is while there was an active attacks that were happening. Those are individuals who were let through gates, who were let onto planes, and got us well over 100,000 people who have been evacuated. Again, this is not about trust. This is not about relying on the Taliban as an equal partner. No one is suggesting that. But because they control large swaths of the country, including a lot of the security perimeters around the airport, we have to coordinate with them in order to get people out. We'll continue to do that. Go ahead. But so one more thing I would say is that we have an enormous amount of leverage. This is our view over time. That includes economic leverage. It includes leverage that we will make clear to the Taliban as it relates to coordination, continue to get American citizens and our partners out. Go ahead.
Jen, there have been reports of explosions happening throughout the afternoon in Kabul, or evening now, obviously, and some reporting to indicate that this is the beginning of a process of the U.S. military beginning to destroy equipment on the ground. Can you confirm that that's what's taking place?
I would refer you to the U.S. military on specific steps of their retrograde process, which, as we know, would have to take place in advance of a departure.
And then in terms of what we've heard from the Pentagon and then the President just articulated, which is his confidence that they have enough troops on the ground at this point to continue to facilitate the mission. I guess the question is, how can that be the case given what we saw today, the tragic loss of life? Doesn't that call for additional troop levels potentially needed, reinforcements needed on the ground? And additionally, what is the concern for the ongoing threat that ISIS-K continues to pose to these efforts?
There is an ongoing threat. And every day that our troops are on the ground, they are at risk. And that's a reality. And as you saw the Pentagon brief out earlier today, these were attacks that we had obviously had intelligence in terms of over the last several days of our rising concerns. But I will tell you that as it relates to your first question, Mike, I've been sitting in these meetings as well, and every single meeting the president asked the Pentagon, nearly every meeting before they conclude, is there anything else you need to conclude your mission? Do you need equipment? Do you need troops? Do you need resources? He's asked them that again today as it relates to completing their mission over the next coming days and going after the individuals, the terrorists who killed service members today as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You just noted you were in some of these meetings today. Was there ever a point where the president was reconsidering this deadline of having all U.S. forces out by August 31st?
No, and here's why. The president relies on the advice of his military commanders, and they continue to believe that it is essential to get out by the 31st. That is their advice. And there are several reasons for that. One is the ongoing threats. And the second is that we want to be able to have the ability to get individuals out who have been partners of ours after the 31st. And they believe the best way to do that is to stay on that timeline at this point in time.
And does the White House still anticipate that those flights of mass evacuations will end before the actual 31st?
I'm not going to get into an operational timeline of when the last evacuation flight will be, and I don't expect the Department of Defense will do that either. We will let you know, as we have twice a day, as we have updated numbers.
One more question. Is there an alternative plan being discussed for how to get these people who are seeking to leave to the airport, given it is potentially perilous to go and wait outside the gates right now to get in?
There are a range of operations and operational approaches that our commanders and military on the ground have been utilizing over the course of several days, if not more. I'm not going to outline those from here, but that is why they're in touch with American citizens, why they're in touch with partners we're working to evacuate, to get them safely to the airport and evacuated at the appropriate time. Go ahead.
Is it your opinion that the president has the authority he needs from Congress or wherever else to continue operations beyond August 31st? He kind of talked about pursuing ISIS-K wherever, whenever he needs to. Is there any expectation that he'll need any additional authority to do so?
I don't believe there's an expectation of additional authority needed.
And what about for military commanders on the ground? Will they need to come back in order to conduct counterterrorism operations, in order to do anything of the sort?
Well, again, as the president just said in his remarks a little while ago, he's asked them to draw up plans. The president I don't think he could have been more clear about the fact that he believes we will not forgive, we will not forget, and we will hunt down these terrorists.
Chat, what the fuck is Peter Ducey's tag on Twitter? I can't find it. I'm trying to add him.
Delivering on, but I don't have anything to outline for you today on that.
And is it possible to do that with no military troops, no military bases in the surrounding countries around Afghanistan?
Again, I would note for you, Trevor, as you know, you've covered these issues quite closely. We have a range of counterterrorism capacities in a number of countries around the world. We don't have military bases. Obviously, I'm not going to outline what their approach would be from the military. I will leave that to them to take and leave it to them to outline anything on their timeline. Go ahead.
Jen, you mentioned about the increasing concerns about this terror threat. The president just 2 days ago said each day of operations brings added risk to our troops. Today we saw the deadly consequences of that. If the risk grows tomorrow and keeps growing the next day and beyond that, how should Americans feel about this operation continuing right now for the coming days?
Well, I would say first, you heard General McKenzie convey clearly that they had every intention of continuing this evacuation mission over the coming days, and that they plan for incidents of these kind. I mean, to the degree that they can. They have every intention to continue. The president has regular.
Last time he tweeted was in 2020.
Every day, multiple times a day on days like this, about how they see the circumstance on the ground. But that is our expectation at this point in time, that it will absolutely continue over the coming days.
And can you give us some details about how the president spent his day? He was scheduled to get briefed in the 9 o'clock hour by his national security team, and that's when the first reports were coming in of this. Walk us through what he did over those coming hours, just some color behind the scenes today.
Sure. For people who are watching, color means additional details of what he was up to. I will say, Karen, that the initial reports of the attacks came in as members of his national security team were gathering in the Situation Room for a regular meeting with the president. So they were just gathering and sitting down. So those and gathering in the room, those initial reports came in at that time. As the president arrived in the Situation Room, one of the first updates he received, of course, was about the attacks on the ground in Kabul. This was a developing situation, as it has been through the course of the day and through the course of his briefing with his national security team this morning. His commanders on the ground also and in the region gave regular updates as they learned more information. Once he left the Situation Room, those updates proceeded through the course of the day. He's been in constant contact with his national security advisor, his Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and military commanders, both here and in the region throughout the course of the day, receiving updates on what's happening on the ground.
Was there ever a second meeting of that entire national security team with the president in the sit room again?
No, this was just regular ongoing contact with members of his national security team through the course of the day.
Just to clarify, since you said you were with him, how was he? How was his mood? How was he in dealing with with the incoming information? How was he in asking the questions of military commanders, etc.?
Well, I would say that anyone who's watched the president up close, which is most of you, knows that the putting the lives of servicemen and women at risk and those decisions that you have to make as commander-in-chief weigh heavily on him. And as I noted a few minutes ago, any day where you lose service members is maybe the worst day of your presidency, and hopefully there's not more. But we are certainly early in the presidency at this point in time. So I would say, he was somber. And as he said today, outraged at these terrorists taking the lives of service members. And he wanted to make clear to the public, he wanted to have all the information that he could before he spoke to the American people so he could convey exactly what we knew at the point in time where he addressed the public. And he has wanted very detailed updates of exactly what we know about what is happening on the ground. And that is why he's been in constant contact with members of his national security team.
Sorry, just quickly, can you confirm the reports that it is now 13 U.S. service members who have died?
I would leave that to the Department of Defense.
Not making fun of the military today, I see. Strange. No, you just missed it. I make fun of the military every day. It's not necessarily the military I make fun of, though. It's fucking dumbasses who think that, people are dying for good reason. The 12 people that died today literally did not need to die. They just didn't. The 12 fucking service members that died today did not need to fucking die. Okay? Straight up. Every single president that came before Joe Biden, including Joe Biden, especially when he was vice president, are partially responsible for every single fucking death so far. For the record, those 12 people that died, though, they died doing something incredibly honorable, which is evacuating Afghan and American people out of Afghanistan. So I would go so far as to say that, those dudes that fucking died doing something that's significantly more honorable than, unfortunately, what many active duty service members never even get to fucking experience. Half the time they just get their dicks blown off while they're fucking, again, patrolling empty fucking poppy fields. Or driving over a fucking IED. At least those guys were doing something actually unironically humanitarian. Okay?
Not particularly at this hour, given what would be there. Can Americans go? Should Americans go? Are Afghan SIVs getting through Taliban checkpoints and to the airport? Are you still discouraging them from doing that? What is the situation on the ground in that perimeter?
Again, Josh, I would say that we are giving very specific direction to individuals, American citizens and others, on when they should come to the airport, where they should meet, how they should come to the airport. We're obviously not going to outline or detail those from here or in any public manner, but that is certainly the direction we would be giving to people, to pay attention to the security alerts and to pay attention to notifications and contacts they're receiving from us or coalition partners.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, there were warnings that led up to this attack. Other countries have been warning the administration has been warning this is a dangerous situation, etc. Can you speak to whether there was specific indications that this was being planned, and if so, do you have specific indications that other ones are being planned now?
I'm not going to get into specific intelligence, but I will tell you and confirm for you that the threat is ongoing, and we are continuing to watch and assess the threat. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. President Biden has spoken a lot about the need to end the forever wars.
Yeah, our military members are dying to secure the airports so the Afghans that capitulate to the Taliban can leave. You will never, ever for the rest of your fucking life, ever demonstrate a fraction of the fucking bravery that Afghan citizens have to fucking literally demonstrate every goddamn day in order to fucking survive. Shut the fuck up, you Iowa couch potato fuck. Okay? And that even includes our fucking service members, okay? Every average Afghan citizen is 1,000 times more brave than fucking every service member. I will 100% say that. How dare you, dude? How dare you, motherfucker? How dare you? Do you see them? Do you see them walking around with $75,000 worth of fucking gear? No. Do you see them with fucking M4s running around? No. Shut the fuck up. These dudes are so desperate to get the fuck out that they're clinging on. They're hanging off fucking tires of fucking planes. And you're like, they're so fucking, they're not courageous. Fuck you, dude. Every goddamn moment. Buy, unfollow. Don't say that about USA. Yeah, if your fucking pathetic little bitch ass fucking sense of self-worth is all of a sudden destroyed by some fucking factually correct statements, then suck my cock and bye-bye, you know? That shit pisses me off so much when people are like, the Afghan people are just like, you know, the Afghan people are so fucking cowardly. They're so cowardly. Yeah, dude? Really? Why don't you walk around in fucking tattered clothes all day, you know, in flip-flops, when there's like literal fucking IEDs blowing up all around you? When you have one invading force that's like hella fucking kitted out, knocking down your fucking door. When every time there is a clear sky, Afghan children, just like children in Yemen, have developed PTSD. Every time there's a fucking clear sky, they worry that bombs will rain on them by drone strikes. You mean to tell me those motherfuckers aren't brave, dude? That's a part of their everyday life. Shut the fuck up. You stupid bitch. I'm willing to bet there's a lot of fucking veterans in here who would agree with what I'm saying too, by the way. If they're brave, why don't they fight for their freedom, fucktard? Yeah, dude. You're right. Hey, if the American military is so brave, why are they fucking tucking their tail and running away then? That's like the same kind of energy right there. They're doing that because they can't fucking match the motherfucking Taliban, okay? They can't. They're insurgents. They're very good at fighting. That's why even Mick Booyah and other fucking Navy SEAL dipshits that have actually been there will even put some respect on the name of Taliban when they're having a conversation about them. Like, they literally fucking mention how insanely good they are at fighting. It's their fucking mountains. It's their cities, bro. For 20 years, we've been getting our fucking shit pushed in by goddamn goat herders using weapons that we gave them like 40 years ago. Okay? And you're going to sit here and be like, oh my God, like, what is it, cowards? These people are cowards. First of all, a lot of those people literally are just like, we don't want the American military here anymore, okay? It doesn't matter who is our fucking new feudal lord, okay? It doesn't matter if it's Americans, if it doesn't matter if it's the Taliban. At least the Taliban speak our fucking language. You know what I mean? They just want they want stability. They want an end to the fucking senseless bloodshed, dude. Come on, chat.
as many as we
Figure
can,
it out.
but I have not had a conversation with him about raising the cap beyond the 125. As you said, I'm happy to do that. Go ahead, Eli.
Given that Kabul has been the only departure point in the country, I wonder if the administration knows how many of the American citizens left, the green card holders, SIVs, that are in the country still, are outside of Kabul, and if there have been or may be in the future efforts to go out and rescue people from those more far-flung places.
Yes. On your latter question, I'm not going to get into more details and will continue to be. On your former question, the vast majority are within the Kabul vicinity. But as the State Department provided an update a little bit earlier today, but I know there's been a lot happening today, so let me just reiterate a couple of these numbers. Of the 1,500 that they briefed on yesterday, roughly 500 have been evacuated. And so we're talking about roughly an additional 1,000 that we believe remain in Afghanistan. The vast majority, over 2/3, informed us they were taking steps to leave, and we are in touch with. That is what we are working through and what we are focused on every single day.
So just to be clear, you're saying that those missions, even if you have to be vague about it, they have taken place at times?
I'm not confirming if they have or haven't. I'm just going to convey to you, I'll leave that to the Department of Defense. What I will tell you is that we are committed to getting American citizens home and out of Afghanistan should they want to leave. And that includes people around the country. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Earlier today, General McKenzie said that right now they are focused on other active.
All right, my fucking door, my hallway door closed on its own.
The U.S. is currently facing from ISIS-K. Are there other groups that may be bad actors?
I'm just not going to detail additional information about ongoing live threats.
Do we know if the president still feels as though the chaos and the violence that we've seen there on the ground in Kabul was all unavoidable, even at this point?
You mean from about 11 days ago?
Yes.
Well, I would say, and I've spoken to this a few times. If we go back to 11 days ago, if that is your specific question, we certainly didn't anticipate that the leadership, the Afghan government, would leave in the manner or would topple in the manner and the timeline that they did, or that the Afghan National Security Forces would cease to protect the airport and parts of Kabul. That is not what we anticipated in that timeline. That is true. What I will say and reiterate again is that within 24 to 48 hours, we had secured the airport, and since then we've evacuated more than 104,000 people.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
How would you describe the relationship right now with the Taliban in light of the attack, and are they still helping out with security, or what's their relationship right now?
Again, this is not a friendship or a relationship where there is trust. It's based on trust, but we are continuing to coordinate to move American citizens, to move Afghan partners and our allies out. And the fact that we have evacuated 7,000 people in the last 12 or 13 hours now is evidence of that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So 2 Republican senators so far have called on the president to resign over the attacks in Afghanistan today. What's the White House's response to that?
I would say first, this is a day where U.S. service members, 12 of them, lost their lives at the hands of terrorists. It's not a day for politics, and we would expect that any American, whether they're elected or not, would stand with us in our commitment to going after and fighting and killing those terrorists wherever they live, and to honoring the memory of service members, and that's what this day is for. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. Yesterday.
It should have been better. She could have just fucking been like, you know, I would have ripped into them further. It's so obvious what they're doing.
Service members.
It's so transparent. Like, by the way, the whole, like, this is not a day for politics is bullshit. It is literally always a day for politics. It's all politics. But you are showing that you just, like, do not give a fuck about anything.
Helped us in the mission, but they are not. They're currently in military, but they are not people who fit the description or the criteria for getting assistance. However, in our interview, they told me that they are getting assistance. Can you speak to this prioritization and who really is eligible to get assistance going forward, considering what happened today? I know you've already spoken to it, but can you drill down a little bit to make sure people know who we are allowing into the country at this point?
I'm not sure that I totally understand your question, but let me do my best. American citizens, which I assume these U.S. service members are.
Dude, fuck you. That fucks with my OCD so bad. Please fucking stop. What? When I burp? Is that what fucks with their OCD? I'm gonna keep burping. I'm letting you know.
Members and they wanted to get attention so that other people in their situation could get their family members in, and they didn't seem to fit the criteria. So I'm just asking you to clarify.
Are you concerned that we're helping the family members of people who have fought by our side for 20 years, helping them come to the country once they've been through a thorough vetting process, or what's the root of your question?
No, the root of my question is consistent information for those who need help. So I've been doing some reporting around people getting correct information about the process. So I want to be able to say in my reporting, if you meet these qualifications, you are the folks who can come into the country. And I think a lot of people want to know that information. Does that make sense?
I think we've been very clear, Mona, that U.S. citizens, their family members, some of those are dual nationals. Many of them who are left are dual nationals. Some of them may have lived their whole lives in Afghanistan. Immediate family members, that means spouses and children. It also means SIV applicants and others who might be eligible for a range of the programs we have, and vulnerable populations. That does have a broad range of meanings because there are a lot of people who are vulnerable in Afghanistan, and we're going to work to get as many of those people out as we can. There's a range of programs. If individuals have questions, information is available on the State Department website and the Department of Defense website. Go ahead.
Thank you. Over 65 Democrats in Congress.
I think White House reporters should have to live in the same house, reality show style. I love that. Like, actually,
I think I just
idea.
answered this question.
At least it'd be fucking content, dude, because these guys suck ass. They're terrible at their fucking jobs.
That ISIS-K would be planning attacks on U.S. personnel for quite some time, and that was in part why he was
except for the CNN girl, who's like pretty good.
But if that was the case, then why did the administration make
and also any and all White House press pool reporters that I may be friends with in the future?
Well, first I would say that we have, over the course of the last 11 days, evacuated more than 100,000 people. And that is a credit to the U.S. military and the men and women who are serving, who have been able to conduct and oversee this operation and done it at great risk.
This isn't real,
and that was
dude.
an operation that began,
oh my God.
Again, just 2 weeks ago. Before that time, we'd also evacuated a number of people.
Wait.
I can't speak to what the difference
is. Jen Psaki a woman lit? Is she a woman lit, dude? How old is she? What the fuck? Oh my God.
Having said that, there's been a remarkable level of cooperation. I mean, something no one would ever possibly have imagined, whatever, you know.
Yeah, get mad at me for saying womanlit, but none of you bat a fucking eye when I say manlit. Sexism is alive and well, boys.
Kind of helping
for the men, that is.
Given that, after the 31st, is it actually conceivable that there could be some kind of longer-term relationship on the mutual interests that the president talks about? Security,
we do not want to hear from the British on this issue.
Whether you call it recognition or not, you're basically working alongside the Taliban authorities in Afghanistan long term.
Well, I would say first that we will continue to work to get people out of Afghanistan even after the 31st, and we will need to coordinate with the Taliban in order to do that. I'm not going to label.
If I was in charge of the press pool, I would I would simply discontinue the British from asking questions.
Leverage in order to implement that commitment.
On other issues, beyond the evacuations, let's say that gets done, you know, hopefully it is done. Mm-hmm. But there's going to be all sorts of other things. There's going to be the security, the terrorism.
The moment that you blow a 13 colony lead, it's over. Like, there is no more feedback necessary. Like, we don't want to hear from you, okay?
Continuing to deliver humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. There are a range of international partners who are committed to doing the same thing.
You can
the
be
United
there.
Nations also will continue to have a presence on the ground, which will be a mechanism for delivering a great deal of that assistance. And I would just reiterate again, we would need to have a continued coordination in order to continue to get people out and evacuate them, as we are going to plan to do after the 31st. Go ahead. Well, go ahead, Shelby.
Thanks. I just have two for you. This morning, Kirby tweeted that the evacuation operations in Kabul won't be wrapping up in 36 hours, and that they'll be evacuating as many people as they can until the end of the mission. What does the administration define the end of the mission as? Is it the 31st, or is it once we evacuate everyone that the administration has promised to get out?
The end of this mission, yes, the 31st. But our commitment to getting American citizens out who may not be ready to depart continues. There is no deadline on. There's no end of that timeline, I should say, to getting our Afghan partners out. And I think he put out that tweet. John Kirby, as the Pentagon spokesperson, put out that tweet because there was a great deal of reporting that was inaccurate, that we were ending evacuation flights tomorrow, and that is not accurate.
And then just one more. The president promised earlier that they'll continue to get any American who wishes to get out of Afghanistan out even after the 31st. How is the administration going to ensure the safe evacuation for U.S. citizens without troop presence when, even with troop presence, we just saw this attack happen?
Well, again, over the last 11 days, we've evacuated 104,000 people, including the vast majority of Americans who are in Afghanistan. But our commitment does not end, right? We are continuing to work to get every American citizen who wants to leave out before the 31st. We will need to continue to coordinate with the Taliban in order to get people to the airport and out from the airport. Those operational details and discussions are ongoing, and as we have more to report to all of you, we will provide that information. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Moments ago, you said that the commitment doesn't end at the end of the month. And
bro, am I crazy? I'm about to be ageist as fuck. Why is the White House press pool either 70 or 17? What did they bring all the fucking interns to work today? What's going on? Are these people like literally 17? Am I old now?
A sort of harsh reality that some Americans might still be left on the ground there when we leave.
There are some Americans.
Is this like bring your Zoomer to work day? What the fuck?
First, that is possible. Many of these Americans who remain are dual citizens. They may have extended family members, 20 family members, 30 family members, others who they want to bring with them, and they're not ready to make that decision yet. Our commitment to them does not end. We will continue to work to get them out. But his objective and focus and laser focus, which he asks for many updates a day on, is getting every American who wants to leave out now in the next few days. That is what our U.S. military is working to deliver on.
Jen,
go ahead.
A quick follow-up to that. What are those Americans supposed to do on September 1st?
We have been reaching out, in touch with every single American who has reached out to us and we have contact for via phone, email, text, WhatsApp. That will continue. That will continue. But our focus right now is on getting every single American who wants to leave out in advance of the 31st.
Jen.
Go ahead.
Jen, given that you had intelligence about the attack, even as I understand it, down to the very gate, but weren't able to stop it, what hope do you have of thwarting further attacks that the president told us just now?
Again with the British, dude.
And if not, isn't the decision to say...
We do not want to hear from you. You're literally British, dude.
Sure. Well, I would say first that General
Listen, much respect to all the fucking Brits in the chat who have to deal with psychotic, like, bloodthirsty maniacs, even on the labor side, that are like agitating for war non-fucking stop for some reason. It's really fucking annoying. I don't know where, like, the UK just out of nowhere, like England out of nowhere just decided, like, oi bruv, we want to keep fucking going on with the wars, yeah? Like, well, who the fuck are you, bro? All right, you go do that on your own. Your troops literally wear shorts, dog. Your fucking troops wear shorts. Disrespectful. Okay? Go bring your fucking short pantaloon troops out there on your own. No help from Australia. No New Zealand. No Australia. Just you. Just go out there and do it on your own if you want to fucking do it.
Be presumably even more full of fear and confusion as to how they can possibly get out. What do you say to them?
We are also in touch with many of them, and we are...
At least the British used to know their fucking place. Like, in contemporary society, since they blew the 13-colony lead, the British know their fucking place. Like, they go where we direct them. Now they're like, oh, no, we want to keep doing the fucking wars, yeah. We want to keep doing the fucking wars. All right, you do it on your own then, dumbass. What is this? Know your fucking place.
For our programs, whether they are SAV programs, P1, P2 programs, other vulnerable Afghans, we are continuing to work to get as many out as we can, and we will continue to work with our partners and allies to continue to get them out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I follow up on that? It seems like right now Americans and Afghan allies still in Afghanistan are facing two choices. Either they stay where they are and risk being hunted down by the Taliban, or they try to get to the airport and risk being blown up by ISIS. How does this evacuation mission continue without evacuees risking their lives?
We are in direct contact with every American citizen we have contact information for. Email, phone.
I think I'm just down bad, dude. I'm literally, I can't watch this press conference anymore.
On an individual basis on how to
I'm
get them
too down bad.
evacuated to the airport and evacuated. That's the process.
I don't know
I'm
what
not
the
gonna get
fuck's
into
going
more
on. Are
details
these all
about
like
how
the
that works
TikTokers
it's
that
not in
they
their
are these the
interest. It's
TikTokers
on
that
the
remain in the
security
White
interest of
House?
our
Are they
troops
locked
or
in the White
individuals
House? Is that what's
trying
going
to
on?
Work to get evacuated. Go ahead all the way in the back. Pink shirt, yeah.
Has Joe Biden spoken with any foreign leader after the attacks in Kabul?
This today, I will have to check on that for you. That's a great question. I'm not sure he has today, but I will check on that for you. And as you all know, he's going to be meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel tomorrow. Okay, thank you, everyone.
The French can say whatever they want. Yeah, what is this like? Are these all the fucking TikTokers that are just chilling? What's happening? I don't know a single one of those except for the old fucks that are in the front. You know what I mean?
After a deadly day in Kabul for American service members. I'm Rhonda Colvin, and you are watching a special report from the newsroom of The Washington Post. With me this evening, political reporter Joyce Coe and Washington Post columnist James Homan. Joyce, what
Dude,
have
I
we learned?
fucking hate that guy, James Homan. What a fucking piece of shit that guy is, dude.
We've captured.
Yeah, I know. We didn't fucking actually defeat ISIS 100%. Shocked to find out. Yeah, Jen Psaki is a womanlet, as I found out. Sources are telling me.
We defeated, this group largely, defeated ISIS, 100% of the caliphate, 100%. And we wanted to do 100%. Don't forget, we've captured.
The French are consistent in their surrenders. They can say what they want. We'll just invade them later. Yes. Drugs, sex, and death on billionaires' mega yachts? Oh my God. I love this. Anyway. Didn't you say yesterday while you were watching a gun video from Canada that it was too sad to live in America? Now you're shitting on the UK because they're in the White House. I'm from Sweden, so I don't care. I'm just interested. Dude, when I make fun of the UK, it's a fucking joke, okay? Stop crying about it. You're literally Swedish. Anyway, here's a palate cleanser. There was a lot of stuff that I wanted to... Why did he do that, by the way? Like, it was kind of weird. It was weird when he did that. Did he short circuit? Did he take a power nap? Is that what happened? Okay, Afghanistan isn't the end of America's forever wars. Oh,